Okay. Am I audible, delegates? Hello. Just wanted to check. Am I audible?
Yes,
Right?
yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. We'll just ask Shivam sir. We're just waiting for Shivam sir, and then we'll start. Okay. I'll just question. Just Shivam sir is joining in a minute. Guys, just be ready. I guess the first speaker is Japan, and just we'll start with the GS. Cool. We're waiting for Shivam sir to join.
I request the Vice Chair to please check the chat.
Okay. Okay. So, ma'am, just showing so just he's just reconnecting guys. Not an issue. Till the meantime, delegates, are there any queries before we start this session? Because you might be having any doubts. So on informal level, any queries you have, just ask it right now. Because once we have entered the formal session, then you'll be only asking your doubts via points. That is point of inquiry. What you have there, right? Delete again. I had got a message, sir. Can we give a GSL tomorrow? See, GSL is the round which keeps on moving, but it is highly recommendable if you give your GSL at least on day one. Like it's recommended, and it depends. When your turn comes, then you have to speak. So it's not like it's not a it's again a choice for your GSL, but again it is being marked upon. So you guys are mature, that you have to give a GSL. It's not compulsory, but yeah, it's highly recommended. Any doubts? Delegates, don't text us for the doubts. Yeah, just raise them. Yes, Delegate of Argentina.
Are
What's
there
your doubt?
are there any points for answering or asking through chats?
Okay, so chat system, definitely we have the points that is, we have the marking criteria. So chats are of two types, POI chats and substantive chats. So upon chats, I let you know, two substantive chats have to be sent to me personally on my WhatsApp number. So this is an announcement I wanted to make right now. So yeah, substantive chats on my personal WhatsApp number, I'll just drop a hi right now in the group. You guys can save. And there's a cap on substantive chat, which is around maximum 7 chicks, cool, for both the days of the conference. And yeah, points we do have. If you're sending the POI chits via EB, that is all the POI chits, that is the question answer chits, it has to be sent in a group. And if you write the via EB, then only you will be getting the marks. I hope you are clear with the format of the chits. Everyone is clear with it. Cool. Yes, the leader of Denmark.
Sir, when you said maximum limitation for chits is 7, should we consider substantive chits and POIs together, or for
No,
POI?
no, they are different. POI chits is different and substantive chits is different. Like they're two different parameters.
So, sir, what is the limitation for substantive chits?
7 chits.
And for
I
POI,
hope,
also 7
and
chits.
POI no limitations. POI you don't have limitations. You can send n number of POI chits because I understand you guys can't ask at every point of time. But for substantive chits, you have to send 7 chits. That is for the both the days of conference in total. Cool. Yes, Delegate of USA.
Sir, I didn't understand the concept of substantial chits.
Okay. Shivam sir, shall I explain them or will explain it later?
You can explain them right now.
Okay, okay, guys, just everyone pay attention. I'll explain you both the chits. I'll explain to everyone. So there are two types of chits. Cool. The major motive of chits is that the content which you haven't spoken on the day, on any of the days, you can send it via chit. Right. So the first chit is POI chit. So the format is very easy. Just you have to just type it on the WhatsApp from. That is, you have to in front of from. You have to write the name of your country to whom you are asking the question. And above that, you have to write POI chit. Just make sure. POI chit in center from your own country to the country you are asking, like from India to US. And after that, just jot down your content like whatever, but the content should be in question format, like WH words, or it should be ending in a question mark. Who, like, what is the country doing? What are the favorable steps? Just present the case and then ask a question. Okay, this is what how PY chat works. And very important, just if you want your PY chat should be marked by the EBs, make sure that after from you write via EB, because that's very important. Cool. So if you just want to ask, if you don't want your POI to be marked, just don't write via email. If you just want to ask question, just on random basis, just on personal level, just ask to any delegate person, not in group. Cool. Coming to the second type of chat, that is substantive chats. It's very easy. The format has already been shared. Here you need not to mention via EB. It's just from your country directly to EB. Cool. And it has to be sent on my personal chat window. From your country to EB, and above in bracket write substantive chat. And make sure mark them substantive chat 1, substantive chat 2, so that I also get in order, all the chats. And the content which should be added in substantive chat is the extensive research which you have. It's not just you directly copy paste your whole research and send it to me. Don't do that. Just analyze your research, write it, jot it down, edit accordingly, and tell me proper, your case scenario, tell me the proper ideology or viewpoint what a country carries. It's again, you can add anything, the content or research what you have. So I hope I am clear with both the type of checks. Cool. Any doubts? Okay. Seeing none, I present floor to Shivam sir. Shivam sir, you may start with the proceedings. Shivam sir, are you here?
Yeah, just will be starting in a minute. Until then, you can take your doubts and
Yeah,
we'll
yeah.
start in a minute.
Delegates, we have 1 minute. Just ask. Yes, tell me rapidly. What's your doubt?
Sir, what about POI reply chat?
Okay, yeah, definitely. So peer reply, again, reply is something, it's not mandatory for every country to reply. Like, it's again up to your own personal opinion, but still it's recommended that you should reply the chats which you have been, like the questions which have been asked. It's not just, the questions are coming and you're not replying. So you have to tag that. Now I'll explain you how. For example, I also forgot to mention this. When you're sending the POI chat, make sure that you're tagging me in the, column, like @Haraga Singh, so that I get all the record of it. Once you receive any question, if you're Italy, right? You received a question from USA. Cool. Now, just there's a tag option, right? You can tag any message, tag it, and just write POI reply from Italy to US, and just jot it on your reply. Cool. What you have to do is just tag that shit and then reply to that particular chat. I hope you are clear with it. Cool. Yes, delegate of USA.
How is moderated caucus marked? I understood that the 5 marks are for the research. I did not understood the other 5 marks.
Okay. So, Shivam sir, can you please explain them? Like, I guess you have explained them about the marking criteria when I have not joined. So, I guess Shivam sir would answer this, like, how the moderated caucus would mark the point. Cool.
Haragi, could you please come again with a doubt?
Pardon?
Could you please let us
Pardon?
know what the delegate had a doubt?
The delegate basically asked that, sir, how the moderated caucus would be marked, because you told them 5 marks would be research and another 5 marks, how would you be marking? So, the delegate of USA
Individual
asked.
speeches for every moderated caucus will be marked out of 10. I am sending the mark sheet template on the group as well. So you can tally with the things. And we're starting in a moment. Until then, Delegate of Japan, are you ready with the GSL speech?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah. Do we have someone from the secretariat who can keep a note of the timer? Hargya, could you please share your screen so that we can have a note of the timer as well?
Sir, like, actually, I have something going on my screen, like, I have some work. Like, so, I can do that, but can the secretariat do? Can we ask the secretariat till meantime? Like, I'll do that. Wait, just give me one second. Okay. I guess I can share the screen. Yeah, I have. Just give me one second. But Shivam, so just can you ask any secretary? But for meantime, I can do, but I don't think I'll continue to do this for longer.
Yeah, I'll tell the secretariat members.
Wow. Yeah. So I have it. 90 seconds, right, sir?
Yeah.
Done. Just give me one second. Done. Just guys, let me know if my screen is visible now. I hope it is. Right? So I'll stop
Yes,
this.
it's visible.
Okay.
May I start?
Yes, Delegate of Japan, you may go ahead.
Yes, sure. Greetings, delegates. I am the delegate of Japan, and we are here today to discuss the matter of racism and xenophobia. Now, racism influences the perception of various people about various communities and creates a unfair bias towards or against them. Now, racism is faced by many people and has been the reason for less prosperity among communities and can be marked as a reason for prevention of growth of the industries. Japan has faced many instances of racism from many countries, and due to this, the anti-foreigner policy creating a better mindset for the people and developing better relationships with our fellow countries. Japan believes in CARD and the Durban community. However, the recent events regarding the Durban review have created some complications. But in the end, I would like to say that we still support ICERD in its motives and would happily support the elimination of racism and help in building diversity and better living conditions for every community. Thank you. That will be
Delegate, you're left with approximately 20 seconds. How would you like to yield the time?
yield to questions.
Delegates wishing to ask a question to the Delegate of Japan can raise their hands. Delegate of China, you have been recognized. Do we have any other particular delegate who wants to ask a question? China, go ahead with your question.
So, the Delegate of Japan, you have stated how Japan condemns racial discrimination, yet you have no law in Japan itself saying that it has outlawed racial discrimination, and yet you declare that it is unconstitutional. How do you justify that statement?
I'm sorry, delegate, you're not clearly audible. Can you just repeat your question?
So, can I repeat, Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, you've spoken about racial discrimination, but Japan itself does not have any law which is rightly outlawed racism in Japan itself. Yet you declare that it's unconstitutional. How do you justify that?
May I answer?
Yeah, go ahead, Delegate.
So, delegate of China, racism is not something that you can just pass a law about and it's just abolished and gone like that. Racism is like embedded within the mindset of people. And in order to change the mindset, like Japan has taken many steps. And declaring it unconstitutional is basically to say that, yes, we do not condone racism. However, the mindset of people cannot be just changed by a law. It has to be, actively conditioned. I hope that answers your query.
So, play
Thank
to
you so
follow up.
much. You want a plea to follow?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Delegate.
Delegate, if racism cannot be enforced by the law, what do you feel that Japan can do about racism anyway?
So like you mean to say that just like what I said, law cannot abolish racism exactly. So Japan has taken steps such as collaborating various NGOs with CERD to condition the mindset of the people. The Japanese textbooks have been revised a few times so that people like the students, which will are the future of the nation, are able to not be racist exactly. They are able to appreciate each and every community.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Delegate of Denmark, would you like to ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead with the question.
Sir, do I have the floor to ask the POI?
Yeah, Delegate, you may.
Delegate of Japan, you said that your government is working ahead to combat racism and xenophobia, right? But at the same time, there's this report in Reuters which states that around 40 new racist attacks have took place in Japan, including a Korean woman who said that she was sexually assaulted because and verbally abused because she was a Korean in Japan, and even after starting a case in Japan, she felt that the court was unbiased towards the Japanese people and to the employer, and there was simply a fine which was put for the assault and the verbal abuse. Do you think this is fair for the Korean woman or the 40 racist cases which took place in Japan? And what do you give us suggestions to condemn or to combat racism in such cases?
Yes, so yes, it is very unfair. However, this is exactly what I mean. Racism is embedded in the mindset of the people, and it is due to the past and strained history of Japan with Korea. And for that, Japan has started to maintain better relations with Korea and improve upon them. And as for the justice system, we have been improving upon it. And in the future, simple fine will not suffice. We will improve.
Sir, a play to follow.
Granted, delegate.
So, Delegate of Japan, what you're suggesting is making or creating good relations with Korea will help in combating racism in Japan. Is that what you're trying to say, Japan? So that means even Denmark or any other country which is facing racism has to, maintain good relations with other countries in order to combat racism, is what you're trying to say, right?
Yeah, no, it is one specific reason, thing in Japan that Japanese have developed an anti-foreigner sentiment due to the strained relations with other countries, and how Japanese people have been treated by other countries. So that is why it is a solution specific to Japan to maintain better relations in order to reduce the racism and anti-foreign sentiments in Japan.
Sir, I was unable to hear the Delegate of Japan due to technical issues. Could the Delegate of Japan...
Delegate of Japan, could you please repeat your answer?
Yes, sure, of course. So, Delegate of Denmark, you're saying that maintaining good relations is a solution to racism. Actually, I would like to tell you that in Japan, many Japanese people have developed anti-foreign sentiments. This is due to strained relationships with other countries and how other countries have been, behaving or abusing the Japanese people. So in order to reduce the anti-foreign sentiments and to maintain better, and to reduce racism in Japan, better relationships are required. It may not be a universal solution, but it can help among communities of different countries which have had a strained history.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Delegate of Japan or Delegate of Denmark, are you done with your satisfied with the reply? Or Delegate of Korea, to which point do you raise?
For questioning the Delegate of Japan.
Yeah, you can question the Delegate of Japan.
The Delegate of Japan, why Japan has no laws against racial or religious discrimination or gender identity, and also no national human rights institutions.
See, Delegate, as I had previously mentioned, Japan does consider racism to be unconstitutional. However, racism is not something that can be abolished by simply passing a law. The racism is embedded within the minds of the people, and that mindset has to be changed. You cannot change it by passing a law or declaring a fine on people. So Japan has combated the mindset of the the racist mindset of the people by developing better relations with the fellow countries, and various NGOs have been promoted to stop this racism. Are you satisfied with the answer?
But don't you agree that if laws are made, then only people will follow it or take it into consideration?
Delegates, no cross talks. Delegate of Korea, do you want to plead to follow?
Yes.
Do you want to have a plea to follow up? Do you want to ask a follow-up question to the delegate?
No.
Thank you so much. So moving ahead with the next speaker, Delegate of Denmark. Are you there in the committee?
Yes, sir.
You have the floor for next 90 seconds. You may start now.
Okay. More than 150,000 deaths all around the world. The presence of racism and xenophobia all over the world. The fear widespread. With numbers increasing each year, it has become important to address this issue on the global platform. Xenophobia is a fear that the other, the less deserving foreigner, will take away your way of life. Build the wall is the perfect slogan of the world's darkest xenophobic times. The most famous example is the Holocaust in Austria, where 6 million Jews were brutally murdered. Xenophobia is often confused with racism. Though the two terms are related, racism is more than the fear of others. It is a system of oppression based on the belief that so-called races are superior to others. Just as much of the Brexit vote was based on the desire to curb white migration into Britain. Xenophobic fears are easy to stir when inequality increases. The pain of the so-called natives felt through poverty and inequality are turned onto the foreigners trying to jump the queue. Xenophobia and racism give rise to terrorism, genocide like the Rohingya genocide, civil wars like seen in South Africa, etc., causing huge terror in the minds of people, also disbalancing the peace of the world to a huge extent. One cause of xenophobia is the increased inequality seen since the 2008 financial crisis. Xenophobia
30
has
seconds
been...
left.
What, sir?
Go ahead, Delegate. You have 30 seconds remaining. You can
On the rise across the world. Thankfully, there is a way to tackle this trend. When society is more equal and provides for all, there is no need to fear the other. Denmark ensures the proper implementation of UDHR and has been practicing the freedom of thought, religion, and conscience mentioned under Article 18 of UDHR. Denmark ranked as the third position in the
wrap
human
up, Delegate. You have
freedom
elapsed your time.
and also as
You can just wrap up or get a provided closing remark.
yes, sir. Denmark ranked as the third position in the Human Freedom Index and also as the fifth most anti-racist country in the world, discourages racist and xenophobic ideas and will continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have the Delegate of United States of America, Delegate of USA. You have the floor for next 90 seconds. Before the Delegate of, just a second, Delegate of Japan, to which point you raise?
A point of information regarding
Delegate, there wasn't any time left for that particular delegate, so we won't be having any points.
Can I continue it in the chat then, Chair?
Yeah. In the WhatsApp chat, you can continue this.
The proposals are open. Delegates, you can send both substantive and PO chips.
Delegate of Austria, to which point you raise?
So, point of parliamentary inquiry. So, in the speech, delegate of Denmark, she basically talked about the genocidal war that happened in Austria. So, do I have a right to reply?
Yeah, you can send it to me personally if we believe that it is to be discussed in the committee. We'll discuss the same in the committee.
So, on the WhatsApp, do I?
Yeah. On the WhatsApp personal chat.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yes, Delegate of Denmark.
Sir, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Go ahead, Delegate.
Sir, if Austria raises a right to reply and I want to justify my statement to her...
First of all, it depends upon the executive board to recognize the same or not.
Yes,
if we feel that we are recognizing it, then we'll let you know in the committee.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Next, we have the Delegate of the United States of America.
Yes, sir. I'll start. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. Delegate of USA would like to highlight these points. In 1940, 60% of employed Black women worked as domestic servants. Today, their number is down to 2.2%, while 60% hold white-collar jobs. In 1958, 44% of whites said they would move if a Black family became their next-door neighbor. Today, the figure is at 1%. The United States has ratified the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, ICERD. But there's still a long way to go and much more work to do to combat all forms of racism and racial discrimination. Title VII of the Civil Rights Act, as amended, protects employees and job applicants from employment discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, and national origin. Title 7 protection covers all spectrum of employee decision, including recruitment, selections, and terminations. We believe there are no blacks or whites, but there are people. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. This is a quote by Martin Luther King Jr., who once fought for all the black community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. You're left with 9 seconds. How would you like to yield the time, Delegate of USA?
I would like to yield it to questions.
Delegates wishing to ask a question to uh, Delegate of Austria, you have been recognized, followed by Delegate of Norway.
Yes, sir. So, Delegate of US, you must have heard the recent incident where the US President Donald Trump, he used a term like Chinese virus, and then even the Secretary of State, he had used the terms such as Wuhan virus. So the government itself is promoting hate speeches and hate speeches in US. So how would you reply to that?
Delicate, I would say that yes, this is happening, but right now Asian crime attacks has been lowering in US, and the government has changed. So the due to this, I think we have more awareness, and we will try to be more aware on such topics, and we will try to be uh, racially equal to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Next, we have the Delegate of Norway. Delegate of Norway, you can ask a question.
Chair, I had the same question.
Delegate of Norway, you can ask a question.
Chair, I had the same question.
Could you please repeat?
I had the same question.
Okay. So, Delegate of Germany, would you like to ask a question to the delegate?
Yes.
You can ask a
Delegate.
question.
Yes, thank you. Delegate of USA, as we all know about Black Lives Matter, it was a social movement which started in 2013. And during this lockdown, 2020 and 2021, it again had a very big hype. How are you going to justify this? Like you were telling that the rates are decreasing, but this was a very big increase.
So, what do you mean, a delegate of Germany? Is it increasing in racial discrimination, or is it increasing in the movement of Black Lives Matter?
Racial discrimination.
I would say it is actually decreasing because of the 2 years in the COVID-19 virus. People are getting more aware. And Black Lives Matter is now being supported worldwide by everyone, and US also supports it. So right now the discrimination rates have have stayed the same, and right now from a few years, yes, it doesn't have a high growth rate, but it has stayed the same.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Delegate, moving forward, we will be having the first of all, delegates. Are there any other points other than point of information from Argentina, Denmark, Austria, Russia, and Cuba? Australia and Cuba. Russia, do you have any other point?
Actually, I wanted to ask a question to the delegate of US.
You can ask via chat. Delegate of Denmark, do you have any specific point other than point of information?
It's a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Go ahead, delegate.
Sir, the chit that Japan sent to me, I'm not very clear with what Japan is trying to intend.
Could you please repeat?
Sir, Japan has sent me a chit, and I'm unable to understand what Japan is trying to intend, because
that's depend about the interpretation, what you interpret out of it, and you can reply accordingly.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Next,
delegates.
we have the delegate of China.
Sir, I can't see the timer.
Hargya, please do the same.
All foreigners are treated equally. We reject differential treatment and we have zero tolerance for discrimination, said Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman Zhao Lijiang. China has been and will be accused of several malpractices pertaining to discrimination of Africans in Guangdong. China's embassy in South Africa said in a statement, there is no such thing as the so-called discrimination against Africans in Guangdong province. Recent evidence in USA confirms affluent African Americans' greater mistrust of white society. More college-educated blacks than black high school dropouts believe that it is true that the government deliberately investigates black elected officials in order to discredit them, and that the government deliberately makes sure that drugs are easily available in poor black neighborhoods in order to harm black people. China has sponsored the resolution titled The Contribution of Development to the Enjoyment of All Human Rights, which emphasizes the important role of inclusive and sustainable development in promoting and protecting human rights. China expresses deep concern over the human rights situation in the United Kingdom, which is severe systemic racism, racial discrimination, hate speech, xenophobia, and related violence, which have long been existing there. China condemns racial discrimination, xenophobia, and such related malpractices, and would hope for fruitful debate in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, delegate. You're left with 10 seconds. How would you like to yield the time?
Yield to questions.
Delegates wishing to ask. Delegate of Denmark, USA, and Japan, please lower down your hand as you have asked and replied to questions. Delegate of Austria, you have been recognized. Even the delegate of Austria. Delegates, do you have any other delegate who hasn't asked a question till now? Who wants to ask a question? Delegate of Australia, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, sir.
Just a second, delegate.
Okay.
And post that will recognize. Do we have any other delegates who wants to ask a question but hasn't asked as of now?
Chair, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Go ahead, delegate of Japan.
Yes, sir. So, if what is the point of question system if we aren't allowed to answer again and again? Isn't that a bit unfair?
Could you please repeat?
Chair, you just said that we have already asked one question, but shouldn't the question amount we are allowed to ask be n number?
No. Yeah, you can ask as many as questions, but the simple thing stands to be that we'll be following equitable recognition to everyone. At the end of the day, you had asked one question earlier. So what I am particularly is in a belief that I want to recognize everyone at the end of the day. That's the basic belief I'm having, and that's the only reason I'd asked you and US to lower down your hands, and I'm encouraging the ones who haven't asked the question as of now.
Okay, Chair.
Cool.
Yes, sir.
So delegates, other than delegate of Australia wanting to ask a question, can raise their hands.
Sir,
Cool, will recognize delegate of Austria and will recognize delegate of Austria and delegate of Korea.
Okay, so shall I proceed?
Yes, delegate.
So, delegate of China, we know that China has a zero tolerance policy against racism, but racism and xenophobia is still prevalent and experienced by particularly Africans in the country. For example, in a recent case during the time of coronavirus, African students were forced for coronavirus testing and to undergo a 14 days quarantine, and this was particularly for African students. So why is the zero tolerance policy not taken into consideration in such a situation?
Delegates, the Africans' background has not been the greatest one. Let us put that into consideration. The fact that we have allowed 14 days quarantine and allowing them to be tested for coronavirus, isn't that helping the Africans?
But it was compulsory for them. Sorry, can I go for follow-up?
Yeah, go ahead, delegate.
Yeah, so it was compulsory, and it was the Africans was forced to go under a 14 days quarantine, even though they had worked in jobs for a wage, daily wage. So
Delegate,
yeah, please go ahead.
delegate countries like USA, UK, even India for that matter, have had forced quarantines and tested for coronavirus just to ensure the security of the people or the citizens of their country. And we were just trying to help the Africans.
So may I go for a follow-up?
Not granted, delegate.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Next, we have the delegate of Korea. Delegate of Korea, you can go ahead with the question. Delegate of Korea, you can ask your question. Delegate of Korea, are you wishing to ask a question? Taking that into consideration, we'll take delegate of Denmark. Denmark, you can ask a question.
Gratitude to the chair for the recognition. Delegate of China, I hope you're aware that you are having refugee camps for Shia Muslim women in your country. And in those so-called education camps, many of the Shia Muslims were sexually assaulted and raped by the militants of China, and no particular law, no particular petition, no particular case was taken into consideration when they tried to actually go to the court. They were not even allowed to address the court, which comes under the UDHR, which means that you are defying the immigrants from you're defying the women, immigrant women from protecting them from sexual assaults and all, which is present in your constitution. What does that refer to? How would you justify this situation?
So first of all, the law which guarantees access to the court is only for the citizens. Along with that, those what you call the so-called educational camps are educational camps, and the People's Republic of China is going to deny all of these claims. I hope that answers your question.
Sir, a point of information. Please to follow.
Granted, delegate.
Delegate of China, this particular case which you're defying was posted by one of your own local newspapers, first thing. Secondly, you're trying to say that whoever the immigrant is, if the person undergoes, especially women, if they undergo some sort of sexual assault, the government will not take any step because they're not simply the citizens of the country. Is that what you're trying to imply, delegate?
No, delegate. As the China is a signatory to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights Act, we will take into consideration this action that has happened, and we will take action against the officer if any of these incidents that you have cited has occurred. As again, I will hold my stance that China will deny all of these claims that you have posted against China.
Sir, please to follow up.
Not granted. Next, we have the delegate of French Republic. Delegates,
Yes.
please load down your hand. First of all the delegates, please load down your hand.
Yes, sir. Can I start?
Go ahead, delegate.
Yeah. Good morning. I'm delegate of French Republic. Today we are going to discuss on a very important agenda, that is deliberation over combating racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and other related intolerances. Understanding the agenda, racism in simple words can be understood as the belief that one race is superior to another race. Racial discrimination can be referred as discrimination of a person or a group of persons based on his or her race. Xenophobia is the fear and distrust of something that a person might consider foreign or strange. For each year since 1990, the National Commission on Human Rights attached to the office of the Prime Minister publishes a report regarding the state of racism in France. French law legislate against racism. The Constitution of 1958 guarantees citizens equal treatment despite origin, race, or religion. France is an active contributor to the task of strengthening the Human Rights Council, the leading intergovernmental body responsible for promoting and protecting human rights. France is also a candidate for membership of the Human Rights Council for the year 2014-16 period.
Delegate left for 15 seconds. How would you like to use the time?
I'll go with you the question.
Delegates wishing to ask a question can raise their hands. We'll be having Austria, China, and Denmark.
Sir, can I proceed with the question?
Go, delegate.
Okay, so delegate of France, with the rise of COVID cases in France, there also has been a rise of racism against the Asian people. An example can be quoted as the humiliating comments were being passed upon a Parisian woman of Vietnamese Cambodian origin on a bus. And so, what are your opinions on this, and how have you worked against this?
Could you just repeat the question again, please? I want you to be more specific.
See, as the COVID cases during that period of time, there has been a lot of cases against the Asian people. There has been a lot of Asian hate in your country. An example, I was saying that humiliating comments were being passed upon a Parisian woman of Vietnamese Cambodian origin on a bus. So I was asking your opinions on Asian hate and how have you prevented it? How have you taken measures to prevent it?
See, my answer to your question would be everything that has been, like you're saying, racism is taking place in France. Everything needs time to be settled down, right? So everything cannot be done within a period of time. Like also you can say history of France. Then we have also seen, slavery or abolition of slavery. We have also seen that is also a type of racism that was between America, Europe, and Africa, right? So with the time, everything is getting decreased, and I think everything needs to given some time for that. So that would be my opinion that, yeah, it may be true, but everything needs to be given some time, and within the time period, everything can be reduced or just as racism.
Thank you so much, delegate. Next, we have the delegate of China.
Thank you, Ibi. The delegate of France, you have proposed a bill which is making it a criminal offense to share images of police officers on social media platforms amid a growing mobilization against police violence, targeting Black and Maghrebian origin individuals. What would you have to say about that?
Could I just answer you in the chat or something like that?
Yeah, go delegate.
Sorry, sir.
You wanted to answer, you can answer the question. You wanted to answer via chat.
By chat.
Thank you so much. At last, you're the delegate of Denmark. Denmark, you can ask your question.
Gratitude to the chair for the recognition. Delegate to France, I hope you're aware about the French Republican Charter of Values that Emmanuel Macron had passed. And in that, it states that now the Muslim religion is not allowed, or the charter will state that Islam is a religion and not a political movement, while also prohibiting foreign interference in Muslim groups. So do you think this is fair enough, because other communities are allowed, other communities or ethnic groups are allowed for foreign interference, whereas Islam is not allowed for foreign interference?
Okay, so let me answer you this. There is one incident that took place in 2015, 7th of Jan. At the time of 11:30 a.m. in the morning, there was two Muslims that attacked French weekly newspaper, offices, and it also took place, right? And on the second behalf, like of incidents that took place was kosher supermarket that was also done on the date that is 7th of Jan and 9th of Jan. And these both like attacks were done by Muslims. And also when they were caught, they also said that their motive was of Islamic terrorism. So because of that, maybe it can be controversial.
Sir, I want to clarify something from the Delegate of France. Can I do that?
Board delegate. Can the clarification be via chat?
Sir, because I want to raise a point of order after that.
On the delegate or the executive board?
No, to the delegate.
We don't have any point of orders on factual inaccuracies.
So we don't have point of orders for?
We don't have any sorts of point of orders for factual inaccuracies.
Okay, sir, then I would like to use my plea to follow.
Could you please come again?
It's a plea to follow.
Granted, delegate.
Delegate of France, if you take these particular instances, there are many other ethnic committees which might have created or which might have used hate speeches and promoted terrorism. So do you think that there will be every single ethnic group with such cases? So we need to, reduce foreign influences or foreign interferences in such kinds of committees just because of one or two instances?
See, like answering to your question, you talked about Muslims, right? So I was giving you answers for that specific group. So like Islamic terrorism took place. So we can like literally follow with only that particular religion or something like that. With different groups, we may have some different examples for that, but they may have not been taken into consideration. But talking about Muslim, these Islamic terrorism took place, and that might be the reason that they are not being followed.
Okay, delegate, thank you.
Thank you so much, delegates. Moving ahead, we'll have the delegate of Austria.
Yes, so may I continue? Can I start?
Yes, delegate.
So it is correctly said that prejudice is a burden that confuses the past, threatens the future, and renders the present inaccessible. A very good morning to the Honorable Chair and my fellow delegates. As we know, xenophobia is an extreme, intense fear and dislike of customs, cultures, and people considered strange, unusual, or unknown. Xenophobic attacks or racist attacks is something we get to hear every day. Aware of the discrimination and racism faced by people around the world, Austria has taken steps to prevent it in our country. Austria is constantly trying to fight against racism and xenophobia, taking concrete measures on all levels. That is, promotion of equal treatment, fight against stereotypes, and promote integration. It is kept in mind that the minority has proper representation in our country. For example, the Islamic community, they have been given rights, particularly in the area of education. Efforts within the police to counter potential prejudice towards Black are successfully undertaken through different projects such as Project Police and Africans. The delegate of Austria urges the International Committee to promote multiculturalism among young students and children as a way to fight xenophobia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, delegate. You're left with 13 seconds. How would you like to use the time?
To the EV.
To the
EV.
Thank you so much, delegate. Now we'll be moving towards the first moderated caucus. And Harga sir will be moderating the same. Harga, could you please give me the rights to screen share so that I can share the screen for the timer?
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll remove the security, I guess. I'll enable it, right, for everyone.
Yeah.
No, I can't do that because it's not. I don't have that rights. It's suspended. I'll make you the co-host if I think.
Yeah, make me the co-host.
No, even that also I can't do. I don't have. I'm not getting the options. So I guess you have to first go to the usme or the main session, and then they'll make, and then you have to come back. So shall we do that?
Yes, it's not possible. We can make it.
No, I'm not. They have suspended it. Like it's not getting highlight. I cannot make it because I'm co-host, right?
Do one thing. Do one thing. Just a second. There's something. Chalo, I'll give a verbal tab over that. What we do? We have someone from the secretariat in the meeting right now.
Yeah, delegates. Oh, sorry, not delegates. Secretary member. Do we have any OC member or any del secretariat of who can screen share? Or so what we can do? We can just go with the verbal tap. I guess that would be audible.
You can continue with the verbal tab for this particular moderated caucus.
Yeah. So will you make the verbal tap soon?
If possible, you can make the verbal tab. That will be more feasible.
Actually, I'm on my I guess I'm on my Bluetooth, so I don't think verbal tap would be audible much. Just
Okay,
let me know if it is. Just let me know if it is audible. I'll do that. Audible.
Make it a verbal tab in a way, like for example, make it like 10 seconds left, 30 seconds left. That will be the best thing.
Okay, cool. But that would sound that we are disrupting them.
Delegates, we'll see. We'll see. Delegates, if doing this is visible, audible to all of you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Chair.
So we'll be giving the verbal tab. Arya, you can start with the moderation.
Okay, cool. Delegates, before we move into the motions, are there any points on the floor? Delegates, any points on the floor? Seeing none, delegates, are there any motions on? Okay. Denmark is the point. Okay, to what point do you rise?
The point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, it's not parliamentary, it's just point of inquiry. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. Sir, are points of information entertained in this particular mod?
No, we won't be entertaining points of information in this mod because that loses the essence of moderated caucus. The point of information are only available in the formal session. That is in the GSL. That is why I use. Cool.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Delegates, are there any motions on the floor? Delegates, the motions on the floor, kindly raise your hands. We'll take 3 motions. Any other delegate except China? Okay, I'll take China. We need 2 more delegates or at least 1 delegate more. Okay, Denmark. Any other delegate? Seeing none. Okay. Yeah, we have US. So we'll take China, Denmark, followed by US. Yes, delegate of China. What motion do you raise?
The delegate of China would like to raise a motion to suspend formal debate and move into a moderated caucus. On the sub-agenda, role of media in promoting xenophobia and racism. Total time being 20 minutes. Per speaker time 90 seconds.
20 minutes, 90 seconds.
Yes.
Delegate, this motion is not in order because it's not divisible. 20 is not divisible by 90. So can we keep it 2060? That would be better.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll keep it 20 minutes. First speaker time is 60 seconds. Cool. Yes, delegate of Denmark. To what motion do you rise?
Sir, the delegate of Denmark would like to suspend the formal debate and establish a moderated caucus with a sub-agenda role of media in promoting racism, with total time being 18 minutes and per speaker time being 90 seconds.
18 minutes, per speaker time being 90 seconds, right?
Sir.
Cool. Yeah, this motion is in order. Now we'll ask the motion raised by delegate of USA. Yes, delegate of USA. What's the motion?
I would like to second the motion of Denmark.
Okay, you'll second the motion. The motion is seconded to delegate of Denmark. That noted. Cool. Seeing the order of, just give me one sec. Yeah, seeing the order of disruption as well as question itself, we'll put to vote the motion raised by delegate of China. That is the role of media in promoting xenophobia for total time of 20 minutes. Per speaker time is 60 seconds. Delegates, okay, before that, Shivam, so can you just let me know what's the simple majority? Because I didn't join at that moment when you did the voting. Shivam, sir?
Yes,
okay, what is the simple majority you have set for this committee?
10.
10, okay. Okay, so delegates, let's move to the voting procedure. Delegates, we are voting the motion that is by delegate of China, role of media in promoting xenophobia for total time of 20 minutes, per speaker time in 60 seconds. Delegates in favor, kindly raise your hands now. We won't be taking seconds, we'll be asking only yes and no. Delegates in favor of this motion, kindly raise your hands now. Raise your hands with the virtual hands. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Last 2 seconds for the voting. Okay. Delegates against, everyone lower down your hands first. Delegates against this particular motion, kindly raise your hands now. 9 in favor. Delegates don't abstain from voting. We need everyone to at least vote. Like it's compulsory for everyone to participate in the procedural voting. Okay, we have 7 votes, 8, 9. Last 2 seconds, delegates. We have 9 in favor and 9 against. Cool. This motion clearly fails with just 1 vote. Okay, now we'll put to vote the motion raised by Delegate of Denmark. That is on the same hot topic, but with a different time limit. That is 18 minutes and per speaker timing 90 seconds. Argentina and Korea, kindly lower down a hand first. I haven't asked right now for voting. Kindly lower down, please. Cool. Now we'll move to the voting. The delegates in favor of the motion raised by Delegate of Denmark, kindly raise your hands now. Only in favor. Okay, we have 8 votes, 9, 10. Last 2 seconds for the voting. For yes, 11 votes. 12, 13. Okay, 12. We have 12 in favor. Delegates, lower down your hands. Delegates against this particular moderated caucus topic, those are against, not in favor. Kindly raise your hands now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 delegates. Okay. 12 in favor and 3 against. I still feel that there are certain delegates who are not voting. At least we need everyone to participate in the voting procedure. With this motion passes. And right now we are in the moderated caucus topic raised by Delegate of Denmark. Delegate of Denmark, before that, would you like to be the first speaker or reserve your right to this particular list?
The first speaker.
Okay. Yes, UK, you were raising your hand. Is there any point? Okay. Seeing none, let's. I'll just make the list of this particular moderated caucus. I'll repeat the topic. The Delegate of Denmark, you are the motion holder. Just do one thing: type the topic with the actual time frame in the group in the Zoom chat, so that it is visible to everyone. Good. Denmark, you are the first speaker.
Sir, on the WhatsApp chat or on the Zoom chat?
Any. Okay. Let's. Delegates wishing to add the names in this particular moderated caucus, kindly raise the hands now. I'll be running the recognition. Delegates who want to add the names in this particular mod, kindly raise your hands now. Okay. I'll take just first everyone. Those names I'll take, just lower down your hands at that point of time. Okay. Japan. First speaker is Denmark. Second, Japan, followed by USA, followed by Norway, followed by Delegate of Brazil, followed by France. Delegate, what's your full name? Like, I can't see this. UNGA SOCHUM. Can you just the guy with the spectacles? Just rename your country in front. I'll take France, China, followed by Australia.
Excuse me, Chair. Actually, I wanted to ask about, it was a point of personal privilege.
After this, let's just okay. What's your personal privilege? Go ahead.
I got disconnected due to internet issues. So what we're doing right now is for the motion passed by Denmark, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, we are in the. I'm just recognizing the list. The motion of Denmark has been passed, and I'm just noting down the speakers list.
Okay, I'll be in there.
Okay. After Australia, we have Russia. Yes. Any other speakers? Australia, you have been added. Don't worry.
Okay, sir. Thank you, Chair.
At this point of time, we need 20 speakers for this particular moderated caucus. Right now, we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 speakers. I'll take another round of recognition once we are done with these speakers. Okay. OC member, secretary member, do we have any OC member or IT member? If you can just ask the secretary member to do the screen share. Till meantime, we'll go with the verbal tab. I guess my verbal tab won't be available. So Shivam sir, just kindly do that. Do the needful. Okay.
Yeah, I'll manage the timer.
Okay, cool. Yes,
the timer is time for 60 seconds?
Yeah, no. The timer is for 90 seconds.
90 seconds, cool.
Yeah. This is for 18 minutes and 90 seconds. And yeah. Delegate, of Denmark, kindly start a speech. You have floor for 90 seconds.
The internet and social media have turbocharged hate speech, enabling it to spread like wildfire across borders. The UN chief said in his message for the International Day for Countering Hate Speech. Media is a key factor which shapes the beliefs of people, especially in a democracy. Media strengthens democracy, no doubt, but everything comes with its own pros and cons. There are many instances where media could be seen promoting racism. One such instance is from NBC News US on Ukrainian refugees, wherein the reporter says, these are not refugees from Syria, these are Christians, they're white, they're very similar to us. How so? Because the Syrian refugees are Muslims or they aren't whites, so US does not want them. And this was happening on live television. Denmark has ensured to safeguard the personal information and promote diverse cultures in the media. A study carried out on behalf of the EUMC states the Danish media has been well maintained. A number of seminars and meetings were held by the INDSAM, NEL, and a number of other NGOs to discuss the matter 107 with representatives of the press. In close cooperation with the BEE, Board for Ethnic Equality, a national advisory body, the committee is working on a number of issues related to the minority question, such as sensitivity training of journalists, attracting ethnic minority youth to study journalism, arranging debates and seminars, equal opportunity in employment for journalists, etc. Such solutions could be adopted for reducing promotion of racism through media. Thank you.
Delegate, you will elapse the time.
Okay. Yes, delegate of Korea, don't worry, I've added your name. You'll be the 10th speaker. So we need at least 12 speakers for this particular moderated caucus. Yeah, don't worry, just lower down your hand. Next delegate on the floor we have is Delegate of Japan. Delegate, are you here?
Yes, Chair. May I start?
Yeah, you may start. Go ahead.
Yes. Now, media has been promoting racism and has been highly influential in increasing the feeling of racism in the minds of people. This is one of the main reasons for anti-Japanese sentiments through war movies and various misrepresentations of the Japanese mindset and the Japanese people, who are oftenly stereotyped in negative ways and are being continued to. And this is creating, disparity among the communities, various communities. And many medias have been shown to have double standards regarding Japanese sympathy and their sympathy towards the other communities, which is not good. Racism has been promoted by media, and in order to stop it, media must be controlled. However, the freedom of media the censorship should not be encouraged to media. They should be allowed to freely express themselves. However, this is not just fair to the various people. The media should be promoted to see within the mindset of the people the cause for it, and not just blabber about anything. And the people should also be invoked to do their own research and not just read headlines. That will be all.
Yeah. Thank you, Delegate of Japan. The next
Thank you
delegate.
so much, Delegate. Elapsed your time. Next, Haradhya, you can continue your moderation.
Yeah, definitely. The next delegate on the floor we have is Delegate of USA.
Yes, sir. Shall I start?
Yeah.
Media plays a big role portraying black intellectuals negative. It's been nearly 200 years since white performers first started painting their faces black to mock enslaved Africans in minstrel shows across the United States. It was racist and offensive then, it's still racist and offensive today. Blackface isn't just about painting one's skin darker or putting on a costume. It invokes a racist and painful history. The origins of blackface date back to the minstrel shows of the mid 19th century. White performers darker their skins with polish and coke, put on tattered clothing and exaggerated their features to look stereotypically black. The first minstrel shows mimicked enslaved Africans on southern plantations, depicting black people as lazy, ignorant, cowardly, according to the Smithsonian's National Museum of African American History and Culture. These performances were intended to be funny to white audiences, but to the black community, they were demeaning and harmful. Disney films have been a mainstay in many people's childhood for generations, but it is teaching kids that being racist is alright. Movies such as Peter Pan and Dumbo has racist references, but now movements like Black Lives Matter is coming into play, and USA is very thrilled about such movements. Black Lives Matter is a
Thank you so much, Delegate.
Okay, thank you, delegate. The next delegate for the moderated caucus we have is delegate of Norway. Now we have the floor for 9 seconds. Norway. Delegate of Norway, are you here? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you may
The
start.
media. Sir, may I start?
Delegate, yes, you may start.
The media plays a critical role in shaping and responding to opportunities and challenges offered by migration and diversity. By filtering news stories and determining how they should be told, they create narratives that influence public opinion and impact editorial outcomes. First and foremost, as a source of information on economical, social, cultural, and political reality, the media influences how public learns about migration. By emphasizing some issues while excluding others, newsmakers determine what information is accessible in public minds. Second, the media has been an important impact on how the public forms political judgments. On other hand, by paying attention to a set of issues and not others, the media determine what audiences find the most important. On other hand, the manner in which the media frame different issues affect the public judgment and opinion about such issues. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. The next delegate we have is delegate of Brazil. Brazil? Yeah. Yeah.
Sir, I would like to raise a point of inquiry.
Go ahead.
Sir, can I move the moderator caucus speech after a certain delegate after some time?
Okay, I'll do that. Not an issue. So the next speaker we have is Brazil, France. So I'll give you two speakers, buffer time. So after France, I'll take you. Cool.
Thank you, sir.
So right now, no, not after France, after China. So next speaker we have is France and China. After China, you'll be the speaker. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, delegate of France. Are you ready? You may start a speech.
Yes. The French government has launched a major campaign to continue the country's steep rise in racism and hate speech, using the aftermath of Paris terrorist attack to tighten the law on hate crimes and crack down on racism online. Racism, hatred of Muslims, hatred for foreigners, and are all rising in an unbearable way in our country, the Prime Minister said. After January's terror attack at the office of the weekly Charlie Hebdo and at kosher supermarket, which left 17 people dead, the French president hoped to make the fight against racism one of his main personal causes. There will be also tougher penalties for crimes deemed to have been fueled by racism. Hate speech, already a crime offense, will be moved to criminal code dating back to the 19th century that deals with freedom of expression issue and offense such as incitement to racial hatred and rigor. My personal opinion on this is spreading awareness about terror attacks taking place in the country, which can be done very easily with the help of social media, also teaching children kindness and how to talk about differences. Also for standing up for people being harassed and supporting human rights for organizations.
Thank you, delegates. Point well noted. The next delegate we have is delegate of China. China, you have the floor for 90 seconds.
Thank you, AB, for recognition. It is through the media that we learn most of what we know, believe we know about world affairs. So, in crime reporting in broadcast media has been controversial since its conception due to conflicts of racial bias. Stories that are selected for reporting have been criticized for how they depict racial groups and also for how racial groups are targeted in reporting. Black criminals are usually illustrated by glowing mugshots or by footage of them being led around in the handcuffs, their arms held by uniformed white policemen. None of the accused white criminals are shown in mugshots or in physical custody. Especially in Europe, there are several groups that are regularly and even systematically stereotyped: immigrants, asylum seekers, and refugees, Roma and Sinti, and increasingly since 9/11 Muslims. This phenomenon contributes to discrimination of these groups of people, as well as ironically to a feeling of insecurity among the native and or Christian population. Xenophobic stereotyping in the media can go as far as to constitute so-called hate speech and to contribute, if not unleash armed communal conflict, even genocide. In 2011, the terms racist or racist racism accounted for only 0.0027% and 0.0029% of all words in the New York Times and the Washington Post. What we see over the past decade is a continual dramatic increase in usages of racism and its variations. By 2019, these words would constitute of 0.02% and just under 0.03% of all words published in the Times and Post, an increase of over 700% and just under 1000% respectively from 2011. This shows an increasing use and role of media in promoting racism and xenophobia. The Delegate of China encourages all nations to implement particular steps to control their media. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of China. Points noted. The next delegate we have is Delegate of Brazil. Brazil, are you ready?
Yes, sir, I am ready.
Okay. Yeah, you may give a speech now.
Yes, sir. The most influential medium right now is media. People tend to accept and be in favor of the facts put forth by media. There are various media platforms like Instagram, Twitter, movies, acts, and much more. To stop such discriminations against racism through media, there should be a ban or a stop to all racial products in all countries. People have no bounds in media, which should be a concern and should be enacted upon. In Brazil, Brazilian Black women have been in favor through media. There are protests and there are online acts going on to stop racism. There are also many advertisements which promote racism and they should be banned. Now, Brazil has denied all accusers in promoting racism in Brazil. There has also been a stop in promoting racism in movies and in every home. There is a fine that is enacted on promoting racism. It is considered a crime and is punished on 5 years of prison. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Points noted. The next delegate we have is Delegate of Australia. Australia, you are ready for your speech?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the recognition. So, the role of media in promoting xenophobia and racism. An extreme form of xenophobic stereotyping and racism is practiced via social media, and that has spread a communal conflict. Exposure to such stereotypes often influence viewers to support policy measures directed against these minorities, and that has led to discrimination against them. Social media is an important factor of leading to racism and xenophobia. A Sydney radio announcer, while having a call, talked about sorting out the non-Australian people. He also called Chinese and Japanese immigrants weeds and rats. People got furious and questioned the government bodies. Australian Broadcasting Tribunal took it as a breach to its radio program standards, and so the announcer was given warnings and had to delay his broadcast every time by 10 seconds for checking purposes. The Australian government has been trying its best to prevent such cases. The measures taken by it are: many media organizations have undertaken projects to increase awareness of these problems. The Racial Hatred Act reinforces many of the professional standards that apply to the media. For example, Journalists' Code of Ethics. The Act is aimed at preventing harmful vilification. Australia's media regulatory frameworks are being strengthened. The cultural diversity of journalists is also being increased for working in the mainstream media agencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Points noted. Next delegate we have is Delegate of Russian Federation. Russia, you have the open.
Sir. There are many types of media, such as print media, television media, and social media. Though they are useful for research and chatting with our friends, it is often used for targeting and spreading fake news about a particular community of people, such as Black people, Asian refugees, etc. This news is not only seen by adults, but also by young children, which leads to brainwashing of many people. Thus, people should be more responsible and should state facts instead of fake news. In Russia, we are trying our best to suppress all the hate speeches about racial discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Russia. Points noted. Next, we have is Delegate of Korea. Before that, we have 11 speakers at the floor. We need only just one speaker for this particular moderated caucus. Any one delegate who wishing to add the name, who hasn't right now spoken in this particular mod, kindly raise your hand now. Any delegate who hasn't spoken yet. Which is this delegate, UNGA SOCHUM? Delegate, just can you please rename yourself?
The delegate of Cuba would like to be
Cuba, okay. I'll just rename yourself to just Cuba. because we have written the delegate of. Just write it UNGA Cuba. Cool.
Okay.
Okay, so with Cuba, Cuba would be the last speaker. Now we have delegate of Korea. Korea, are you ready for a speech?
Yes,
Delegate
sir.
of Korea. Yeah, you may start.
Racism is an ever-growing issue in the world and something we can't hide behind. Race was created socially by how people perceive ideas and faces people are not used to yet. It is the hatred of one person to another individual solely based on that person's belief that the person is inferior because of their language, birthplace, and skin color. A cause of racism is one's own instinctive reaction for their protection. People who are racist tend to be people who lack qualities such as self-esteem. How the media, books, TV, music, movies, etc. represent race has a big impact on how society views race. While the media is a reflection of culture at large, it keeps racial stereotypes alive and well, and therefore fuels racism. Racism in the media is often subtle and without malicious intent, but it has incredibly negative effects. As an example, black men are overrepresented in the media as perpetrators of violent crime, while black people are also overrepresented in news stories about poverty. This affects black people's view of themselves as well as the society's perception of black people. Black Lives Matter movement reveals that racism still exists globally, and it is more dominant in the US. The killing of George Floyd showed that racism is a hierarchical process that has become a pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. The last delegate for this particular moderated caucus we have is the delegate of Cuba. Delegate of Cuba, are you here?
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. So when it comes to media, media is one of the essential part of this thing, and it is also called as the
Delegate of Cuba. I'm audible, delegates, or Cuba's. Delegate
Yes,
of
sir,
Cuba.
you're audible.
Cuba, can you come in? Are you facing any technical? I guess Cuba is facing some technical issues. We'll wait.
yes. Can
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
just
you may
stop
start.
the
You
video?
may just start again. Yeah, you may switch off the video. Yeah, we can understand. Yeah.
Okay.
At the count of 3, 2, 1.
Now
You may
I'm
start.
audible.
You are.
Okay. So
Delegate. Is delegate audible to everyone? No. Okay, delegate, do one thing. If it is okay, if you're facing technical issues, not an issue. Do one thing, just send me your speech on my personal window. Cool. And you may just check your technicalities accordingly, and so that you don't face this issue again. Okay. Okay, at this point of time, we've ended this particular moderated caucus, and now I'll present floor to my honorable chairperson, Mr. Shivam. Shivam sir, are you here?
Thank you so much, Hargya.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll be resuming with the general speakers list. Delegate of Netherlands are there in the committee. Before the delegate of Australia, to which point do you raise?
It is a point of inquiry. So, do I have the recognition?
Go ahead, delegate.
It is a point of inquiry.
Go ahead, delegate.
Thank you for the recognition. So, the answer to the POI that delegate of USA has sent, she has pinned the message of a delegate of Russian Federation, but while answering, she has mentioned delegate of Commonwealth of Australia. So I'd like her to clarify if it is the answer is for the delegate of Russian Federation or the delegate of Commonwealth of Australia.
Can it be please via chat if possible, delegate?
Okay, sure, sir.
Thank you so much. Do we have the delegate of Netherlands, delegate of Cuba, to which point you raise?
no, sir. Actually, I got disconnected. The point of personal privilege.
You want to give a speech right now?
Okay, I'll do it after some time when I'll have the stable network connectivity.
So you can do one thing. You can send your speech to Hargya sir on his private number on WhatsApp. Okay?
Okay,
Yes,
thank
Cuba,
you.
just send me personally.
Yeah. So we'll be continue with the general speakers list. Delegate of Netherlands are there in the committee. Delegate of Netherlands are there in the committee. Delegate of Netherlands. Yes, Delegate of Argentina, to which point do you raise?
Point of inquiry.
Go ahead, Delegate.
I would like to know my position in the general speakers list.
You're the next speaker after Netherlands. Delegate of Netherlands, are you there in the committee?
May I begin?
Yeah, could you please turn on your camera? Yeah, you may start now.
There is no such thing as race. None. There's only one, that is the human race. It was rightly said by Toni Morrison. Good morning to the Honorable Chair and my fellow delegates. A few quick reasons for racism are blaming others and quicker judgment. The world was never a safe place, but the government of Netherlands have been trying a great deal to make it better. For example, the Netherlands combats human rights violations and promotes freedom of expression, freedom of religion and belief, and indigenous freedom. Discrimination, however, on the grounds of religion, belief, political opinion, race, or sex, or on any other grounds, is highly forbidden. The media helps by reflecting society and thus increases awareness about the existence of different atrocities around the world by reporting them. An impressive
Delegate of Netherlands, what happened? Delegate of Netherlands. Delegate of Netherlands, are you there in the committee? Delegate of Norway, to which point do you raise?
So, point of personal privilege.
Go, Delegate.
So, can I rejoin in 5 minutes? There's some network issues.
Yeah, sure. Not an issue. Delegate of Netherlands, are you there in the committee? Taking that into consideration, we'll take Delegate of Argentina. Delegate of Argentina, are you there in the committee?
Yes.
You may start with your speech.
Injustice for one is injustice to all. This was said by Dr. Martin Luther King. Racial discrimination is a phenomena which has been going on for decades, where people are treated inferior in the same situations because their race, color, or ethnicity is different. Xenophobia, in general, is a dislike or fear of foreign or strange things, including the development of certain ideas about a person or a group of people. Racism, classifying people into different groups, considering a set of people superior to another, has an everlasting effect on the quality of life. Over recent years, there has been a significant increase of violent incidents, often underpinned by racial, ethnic, political, and ideological motivations. Argentina has launched a national visibility campaign to increase public awareness of the contributions of Afro-Argentines through the media, in particular through the production and distribution of a documentary entitled Argentina is Also Afro. In Argentina, the Ministry of Production and Labor and Center for Migrant and Refugee Orientation are cooperating to create new professional opportunities for migrants and refugees, particularly those of African descent, and also to offer Spanish language courses with a view to increasing access to employment. The thing is, even though Argentina has implemented many measures, it lacks management, and that is what we would be working towards. Some solutions to raise the socioeconomical condition would be to fund more programs based on education, better facilities, and basic healthcare. Another solution to uplift the conditions of the minorities would be to create a community.
Wrap up, delegate. You have elapsed your time. Thank you so much, delegate. Next, we have the delegate of Australia. Delegate of Australia, are you there in the committee?
Yes, sir.
You must start with your speech.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. Good morning to all delegates. I am the delegate of Commonwealth of Australia, and today my topic is racism and xenophobia. It's not our differences that divide us. It's our inability to recognize, accept, and celebrate those differences. This is a quote by Mrs. Audrey. Racism is a concept in which people are classified based on the different traits and categories. Here, one race is considered superior to the other, which is why it is highly controversial. Xenophobia, which is closely related to this, is the fear of something that a person might consider foreign. The composition of the Australian society includes mostly Christian whites. The main type of racism that underwent in Australia was against Asians and their Aboriginals. In the 1800s, most of the white population of Australia colonies were xenophobic towards the people of different races, particularly Asians. Before 1901, the Australian colonies had seen a growth in non-white migration, which the whites despised. So, the Immigration Restriction Act was immediately passed. For fixing this, by 1958, the Revised Migration Act was abolished and several clauses were added in the existing laws. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, which are the people coming up from the Torres Strait Islands, are the first inhabitants of Australian mainland. From health to education, they were treated like a minority since the start. And to combat racism, the ATSIC in Australia has been abolished. Native Title Act 1993 was passed after the significant case of Mabo versus Queensland regarding the indigenous land. This is a very popular case of Australia. So overall in Australia, laws like the Racial Discrimination Act 1975 exist, which make it unlawful to discriminate against a person. Australia, along with all these laws, has also signed ICERD to prevent racial discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you so much, delegate. You left with approximately 5 seconds. How would you like to yield the time?
Give it to the EB.
Thank you so much. Moving ahead towards the next speaker, delegate of Russia. Delegate of Russia, is there in the committee?
Yes, sir.
You may start now.
Yes, sir. As rightfully said by the 7th Secretary General of United Nations, Kofi Annan, we may have different religions, different languages, different colors of skin, but we all belong to one human race. The Russian Federation remains bound by the same human rights and agreements that were signed and ratified by its predecessor, that is Soviet Union. We are bound by international treaties on economic, social, and cultural rights. Everyone in Russian Federation enjoys many fundamental rights. The Russian Constitution and national laws guarantees right to health and right to dignified life. To curb discrimination, the Russian Federation proposes the need to build trust between different communities and race. We need to listen to voices of people of different descents. NGOs and civil society groups need to be empowered by way of funding, public recognition, and support to encourage them to bring societal reforms. We would like to suggest that the international community needs to understand the need to teach children about genocides and Holocaust to make sure that the children are aware and to prevent discrimination and racism in future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, delegate. You're left with approximately 15 seconds. How would you like to yield the time?
Yield to questions.
Delegates wishing to ask a question to the delegate of Russia can raise their hands. Delegate of Austria, you may ask a question.
Thank you, Chair. So my question to the delegate of Russia is, there has been a long time prejudice against the gypsies, and they have been supported by negative coverage of gypsies, like they have been portrayed as drug dealers, and also the Chechens, they were portrayed as separate, as cruel bandits and uncivilized barbarians. So how do you comment on this?
I couldn't hear you, delegate of Austria. So can you repeat your question?
Sure. I was saying that in Russia, there has been a long time prejudice against the gypsies. They were portrayed as drug dealers, and also the Chechens, they were being portrayed as cruel bandits and uncivilized barbarians. So how do you comment on this?
Yeah. So the Russian Federation had to start the anti-terrorist campaign in Chechnya in 1999 because of the terrorism happening there. So it was like a response to the invasion of the Chechen-based Islamic forces to protect and restore the constitutional order. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other questions? Delegate of Australia, do you want to ask a question?
Yes, sir.
You may ask a question.
Thank you for the recognition. So, delegate of Russia, I think you're aware of the video where the Russians were giving bananas to black foreign students and mocking them for their color and race. And this was taken to the court, but not any actions were taken against it. So, what do you have to comment?
Yeah, so ever since we became Russian Federation in 1991, our people have got rights to vote their government, and there have been strict laws that we should not discriminate people of other race. So even though they are not effective, it's in the people's mindset. So it will take some time to change their mindsets and prevent this discrimination from happening.
Chair, can I take a follow-up?
Not granted.
Okay, thank you.
Moving ahead, we'll have the next speaker. The delegates, please load down your hand. Moving ahead, we'll have the next speaker, the delegate of Brazil.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. Can I begin?
Go, delegate.
Yes, sir. Thank you. In 1972, Shirley Chisholm quoted, "Racism is so universal in this world, so widespread and deep-seated that it is invisible because it is so normal." A very good afternoon to the Honorable Chair and my fellow delegates. Racism has become a modern concept over the world. It is not limited to the discrimination of the white and black, but also to people of different culture, religion, and ethnicity. Another form of discrimination and fear to individuals can be xenophobia. To combat such discriminations, the government of Brazil has strict penalties under the anti-discrimination law in 1950. The person committing the crime has to spend 5 years in prison. In 2008, Brazil with the US enforced a joint action plan to eliminate racial and ethnic discrimination and to promote equality. Brazil ranks 18 in the least racist countries. Racism still continues to be a major setback in societies. And to avoid that, we must make changes in our community, like spreading awareness about it through different mediums. We must allow all people to have their freedom and spread their culture. We must encourage protest and be in favor of the innocent. In conclusion, every day, each and every one of us can stand up against racial prejudice and disrespectful attitudes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, delegate. You're left with approximately 5 seconds. How would you like to yield the time?
Yield to the chair.
Thank you so much. So, delegates, we are done with approximately the first session. Now we're providing a decent feedback which can help you all to overcome your mistakes in the further sections. So there's been a very good participation in the very first session, but when it comes to towards the speeches, there's something lacks to be something known as an analysis. You guys have researched very well, as I know many of you are first timers particularly, but what I believe is focus more on solutions and focus more on providing global solutions. You guys have talked about your foreign kind of domestic policy. That's very good, but talk about the global issues, global problems, and global solutions. That will be the best thing which we can. Just a second, delegates. That's the best thing which will help you. Are you guys able to get my point?
Yes.
As a first of all,
Yes,
by the
sir.
description of the executive board, we are in an informal session for next 10 minutes. Okay? You can take a deep breath. No need to worry. At the end of the day, what will happen? Some will win, some will lose, but all of us will learn. Learning is better or winning is better as of today?
Learning. As
Learning,
first timers,
learning.
learning is better.
For
Learning.
first timers and everyone learning is
Take a
Yeah.
deep breath. Take a deep breath. Calm. Calm हो जाओ बिल्कुल. सोचो कि you're just sitting in a informal meet with me right now. Tell me your problems. I'll tell your solutions. ठीक है? डर ये मत सोचो. Don't think that I've done around 150 plus MUNs. So that means कहते हैं मेरे से डरने की जरूरत नहीं. कि कहते हैं मैं you can't share your problems with me at the end of the day. Is any one of you having any problems in the committee? Is any one of you having any recognition issues? Please let me know. Ajay, let me know how was the first session of the committee. Let's be honest. How's the first session of the committee for all of you?
So the second session will be tomorrow, right?
No. It will be at 1:40. We'll have break for 1 hour.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. How's the first session as of you all?
Interesting and interacting.
Kind of scary, at least for me as a first timer.
Scary.
Yeah, it
Why
was
scary?
nervous.
Why
Me too.
scary? Why scary?
Because this is our first time speaking. Because
Chill करो. कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. Genuinely, I'll tell you, my first MUN was way back in 2014, where I had paid 3,000 as a delegate fee, and I was sitting in a committee of 100 delegates. Way back in 2014, I'd started doing MUNs, and that was my very first MUN. And for the 2 days, I was just figuring out that what to speak, or even what to. I wasn't even clear with the fact that should I raise a point or not. That was the level of, obviously everyone gets scared, but this is an opportunity for all of you. Don't be, डरो मत यार. डरने से कुछ नहीं मिलेगा. You won't get anything if you're feared of anything. But I got to things from my second MUN till now. I'm not scared of anything in the committee. So why you guys are? मेरे से डर लग रहा है कि मैं कुछ कह दूंगा. सच बोलो. डेलीगेट ऑफ यूएसए, फ्रांस, आपको डर लग रहा था ना? किस चीज से डर लग रहा है? मेरे से डर लग रहा है कि मैं कुछ कह दूंगा कमेटी में.
No, sir, it's first time, so I'm not very sure that I can answer to the questions asked. So
no worries यार. अभी नहीं कर पाओगे. There will be a time that you will be answering the questions. There will be a time that you will be answering 10 questions with perfection at the end of the day. समझ रहे हो? बट ये मत सोच डर के बैठोगे कभी कुछ नहीं सीख पाओगे. Obviously, now I'll tell you. Delegate of France, I'll take it. Acha, you don't mind if I take an example right now in the committee?
sure, sir.
Okay, cool. So I'll just take a small example how I'll go with you. For example, you're scared of the things that people gonna judge me, people gonna say ki, oh shit, the delegate has said pretty wrong things in the committee. What will happen at the end of the day? Are you supposed to see any of the faces in future, at least for next 1 week?
No, sir.
क्यों डर रहे हो फिर जजमेंटल होने का? क्यों डर रहे हो कि लोग मुझे जज करेंगे? जो है, at the end of the day, you have paid the Delphis and you've researched, and you believe कि जो आपने research किया आपने valid sources से किए, and that completely means that it will help you at the end of the day. Delegate of France, are you getting me?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Is there any reason of getting scared in the committee?
No.
Delegate of USA, what do you feel particularly? Don't be scared of anyone here. More or less, even I am a student. Past a year down the line, even I was a student. Harge is even a student right now. Consider all of us as students, and all of us are for learning. Delegate of USA. Delegate of USA, am I audible to you? Cool. Any other doubts, delegates? Anything you want from me? Yes, delegate of USA.
Sir, about the portfolio, what do we have to do about the portfolio?
What portfolio?
Sir, for the marking system of the moderated caucus.
See, your marking has been done out of 10 for the moderated caucus speeches. Now, coming upon your portfolio representation, it will be highly highlighted in the tomorrow session when we'll be working upon the draft resolution. It won't be highlighted much in today's latter part for a very specific reason that you're just giving your speeches, but the exact or the prompt role of portfolio representation shall be highlighted in tomorrow's session when we'll be working on the draft resolution. And everything regarding the draft resolution will be explained by Hargya in the last session today. So no need to worry upon that as well. Cool. We can see faces with confidence after exactly at 140 if possible. Then no need to worry. Genuinely no need to worry. We'll continue at 1 and post that we'll start with the committee session. Cool. Until then, you can turn off your cameras and you can have your lunch.
Shiva, we will just give them.
Could you please come again?
Sir, when will the next session start?
140.
Okay.
So, sir, can we rejoin the meeting at 1:40 or we need to be in the meeting?
That's up to you. That's up to you. That's completely up to you.
Okay, sir.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, delegate.
Actually, in the moderated caucus, I was disconnected, so I wasn't able to complete my speech.
You can send his speech to Hargya sir on his personal WhatsApp.
Okay.
What we'll do is we'll take your speech post lunch. Cool.
Okay.
Clever, Abhi. Logging.
Huh?
Logging.
What are you doing? That's my screen of my laptop.
Logging. And that's my password.
As if I don't know your password.
आपकी कमेटी सबके 10 minutes और उसका पैसा ना दोबारा करता
10 minutes means hardly kuch time. I have to start the 10 minutes. So,
we have to stop this feature.
Which laptop name and detail. And in every committee there is someone. Every committee there is someone. 5 minutes. हाँ बोलो बोलना क्या हुआ मैंने व्हाट्सएप चेक नहीं किया बोलना मैं खा भी रहा था that's why I didn't see that they said half an hour लगेगा क्या was very accepted because I was so busy. Take it right, but it is that's when again it is after lunch. all the way. Hello. Your break has been ended.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the delegates to join, and as soon as they join, like I'll start with the committee.
Yes. So it is live stream. Okay. Sure. Thank you.
Delegates, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. We'll be starting at exactly 1:50. I'll be waiting for the delegates to join back. Until then, you can take it as an unmoderated caucus. And
Excuse me, sir. I just wanted to ask whose GSL will be right after the unmoderated caucus?
it will be Brazil, Korea, Norway, Cuba, UK, Germany, and Italy, and
Thank you,
Netherlands.
sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So,
Sir, I believe, excuse me, sir.
yes, delegate of Brazil.
Sir, I believe that I gave my GSL before the break.
Yeah. Apologies. You have given your GSL. We'll be starting with Korea, delegate of Korea. So, delegates, you have an unmod for 10 minutes. You can decide upon the further flow of the committee and further topics for the next moderated caucus for the next session.
So is the topic decided for the second topic, second session?
Could you please come again, delegate?
Sir, for the second unmoderated caucus, is the subtopic decided, or can we say whatever we have researched?
You can discuss amongst yourself if the topic decided and amongst yourself or not. You can lobby for next 10 to 15 minutes.
So do I have to start now?
No, delegate of Korea. First, we are in an unmod. for next 10 minutes, where you'll discuss upon the topic for the next moderated caucus. It's an informal session. Discuss amongst yourself that what would you like to have for the second session as a moderated caucus topic. Cool.
Sir, we'll be having further 2 mod cops or only 1 mod cop for the committee today?
We might have 2 moderated caucuses for the today's committee session.
Okay.
Cool.
We had discussed before in the meeting, so I guess it will be the growth of terrorism, genocide through racist ideas and hate speeches, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And please keep the timings for 90 seconds only. China, don't keep it for 60.
Yeah, I made a mistake there. Sorry.
Yeah.
And what about the multiculturalism in the education of children? Is it the third topic?
Yeah.
Yeah, we will keep it as the third
Keep it
topic.
last. I think we should keep
After genocide.
multiculturalism last.
Yeah.
It is last.
Okay. Hi, delegates. I'm audible. Hello, Shim sir. Like, are we waiting for the other delegates, or like, how shall we proceed now?
So this is an unmoderated caucus.
Okay. Cool.
It's still 150.
Okay, got it. Yeah. Carry on, guys.
Am I audible, delegates?
Yes, sir.
We'll continue with the general speakers list. First of all, Delegate of Netherlands, are you there in the committee?
Sir, I can't hear your voice.
Am I audible now? Delegate of Netherlands, are you there in the committee?
Yes, sir.
Could you please give your GSL as you were facing some network issues prior to the first session?
Yes, sir. Just give me a second.
Yeah.
Is it okay if I don't turn on my video? It gets
Just a second, Delegate.
90 seconds. So shall I screen share?
Yeah, 90 seconds. I'll keep the note of the timer as well. No need to
Okay,
worry.
shall I screen share, right?
No need to worry. No need to worry. I'll manage.
Cool. Okay. Delegates,
Delegate of Netherlands, you may start now.
yeah, delegates, the flow for both the chats are open now. Like, just send in the chats now.
There is no such thing as race. None. There is only one. That is the human race. Rightly said by Toni Morrison. Good morning to the Honorable Chair. Good afternoon to the Honorable Chair and my fellow delegates. A few quick reasons for racism are blaming others. Like, for example, if we don't get what we want, we just start blaming someone else and quicker judgments. The world was never a safe place, but the government of Netherlands have been trying a great deal to make it better. For example, the Netherlands combat human rights violation and promotes freedom of expression, freedom of religion and belief, and internet freedom. Discrimination, however, on the grounds of religion, belief, political opinion, race, or sex, or on any other ground is highly forbidden. The media helps by reflecting society and thus increases awareness about the existence of different atrocities around the world by reporting them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. You're left with approximately 30 seconds. How would you like to use your time?
I would like to yield my time to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Do we have the Delegate of Korea in the committee?
Yes, sir.
You may start with your GSL, Delegate.
So the GSL or the
GSL.
Okay. So the delegate of Korea believes that racism is the discrimination of people of a different race and is prevalent in all countries at some time by some people. The famous South Korean band Bangtan Boys, also known as BTS, has condemned the anti-Asian attacks in the US. The singers and rappers issued a joint statement recalling their experiences of facing racism while urging fans to stand together. It basically means that no matter how popular or rich you are, racism happens everywhere. On August 8, 1991, the UN Security Council passed United Nations Security Council Resolution 702, recommending the Republic of Korea for membership. Korea has made significant contributions to the UN through peacekeeping operations, development assistance, and the promotion of human rights. Korea has fully emerged as a major hub for transnational drama production, filmmaking, and pop music production. Being such a thriving and endowed nation, it believes that any kind of evil social reforms may damage its dignity. Thank you, sir.
Very good. You're left with 10 seconds. How would you like to use the time?
I'll give it to the chair, sir.
Thank you so much. We'll have the next speaker as the Delegate of Norway. Delegate of Norway, is there in the committee?
So Delegate of Norway is asking to let her in.
Let her in. Until the Delegate of Norway joins, Delegate of Cuba, is there in the committee?
Yes, sir.
You may start with your GSL.
Yes. Shall I?
Go ahead, Delegate.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. When it comes to the conflicts and the wars that have been witnessed by all over the world, the main or the root reasons are racism and xenophobia.
Welcome. I am not this PPSA 53 is the host. How will I admit?
Delegate, you may continue.
Okay.
You may restart.
Who is this PPSA 53?
For Delegate of Cuba, you may restart with your speech.
Yes. Thank you for the recognition, Chair. When it comes to the conflicts and the war that had been taking place all over the world, the root reasons are racism and xenophobia. The country like Cuba has already witnessed most of its racism and xenophobia. After its independence, Cuba's revolutionary government has been working for more than 39 years to eliminate the century's racial prejudice dating from the arrival of the Spanish in 1492, and also has set an example by maintaining their progress towards the socialism with incredible commitment, ingenuity, and innovation. We are always looking forward to take initiative and building diplomatic relationships with other countries, reviewing new policies. We have also promoted various laws that helps in our economical development and also eradication of the racism. The proportionality in the access of education and employment has been provided to all sectors of the society without any racial discrimination, with as explicit purpose of promoting the principles of equal opportunities for all the citizens in the real and effective manner as high priority social objective within the country's policy, irrespective of the race and caste.
Wrap up, delegate, will elapse your time.
Okay.
You can just provide a closing remark to your statement.
I will. Okay, so the closing remark is basically is that we had done our best in combating all the racism that has been taking place in the country of Cuba. We have not only focused on males, but the vulnerable groups such as females are also getting all the rights which they should.
Thank you so much, delegate. Hargya, are you willing to take a moderated caucus right now?
Yeah, definitely.
Go ahead, you can take a moderated caucus.
Okay, just give me one second. I'm audible, guys, clearly. Okay, so, sir, who was the last speaker? Delegate of Cuba, right?
Sir.
Okay. So, shall I take the GSL speaker or shall I move to the motions?
Motions.
Cool. Delegates, are there any points on the floor? Any points? Okay. Yes, Delegate of Argentina, what's the point?
The delegate of Argentina would like to raise a motion to suspend the formal debate and
Point. I'm asking point, right? Yeah.
No.
Any points, delegates? Yes, Delegate of Norway.
Point of inquiry.
Yeah, go ahead.
When is my GSL speaking time? Number?
I guess.
Delegate of Norway, we will have your speech post this moderated caucus. No need to worry.
Okay, sir.
Okay, delegates, are there, seeing none, are there any motions on the floor? Okay, just let me check the motion list. Okay, so I'll take two motions as of now. USL, lower down a hand, please. Same, okay, Denmark, you also lower down a hand. China, followed by Argentina. Yes, Delegate of China, to what motion do you raise?
So the delegate of China would like to raise a motion on the sub-agenda, the growth of terrorism, genocide through racist ideas and hate speeches. Total time being 18 minutes, per speaker time 90 seconds.
18 minutes, 90 seconds, right? Just do one thing, this motion is in order, but yeah, one thing, don't say sub-agenda, mention it as a moderated caucus and at least say that suspending the formal debate. Again,
yes. Yes.
Delegate, just type the whole verbatim of the motion in the chat box, either on Zoom or WhatsApp. Delegate, this motion is in order raised by Delegate of China. The topic would be mentioned soon, and on the total time being 18 minutes, per speaker time being 90 seconds. This motion is in order. Next motion we have is by Delegate of Argentina.
I'd like to second the motion.
Okay, seconding Delegate of China. Delegate, any other motions apart from this particular motion? Delegates wishing to raise any other motion? Seeing none, we'll put this motion to vote. As we don't have any order of disruption or neither the presidents, because this is only motion. So we'll move directly to the delegates. Are there any delegates wishing in favor? Kindly raise your hands now of the motion raised by Delegate of China, seconded by Argentina. Delegates only in favor, raise your hands now. We have 11 votes, 13, 14. Okay. We have 14 votes. Everyone lower down a hand, please. Delegates against this particular motion. those are against. You guys can vote only once. Okay, Cuba. So it means that 15 delegates are active. Delegates again, I won't speak again, but everyone, at least if you don't want to speak, at least do vote because it contributes. Cool. With the majority of around 14 votes, this motion clearly passes. And now we're in moderated caucus on a topic being, I guess the topic has been mentioned, it states around discussing the growth of terrorism and genocide through the racist ideas and hate speeches. Cool. This is the second mod. Delegate of China, would you like to be the first speaker or reserve your right?
The reserve my right to speak.
Cool. Reserve your right. I'll just make a note of all the speeches. Just give me 1 second. Mod, yeah. Before that, delegates, I forgot to give a feedback. Before the break, I really wanted to give. One thing, delegates, keep in mind, this is only specific to the moderated caucuses. A general recommended feedback. Make sure that you are relating your speeches to the actual mod topic what you have on your hand. I know you can also speak over the agenda, but prioritize it to the sub agenda which you have chosen. Like the earlier sub agenda we had was on xenophobia. Like I know you were speaking on racism also, certain types of intolerances. It's required, but at least prioritize the topic which you have taken, because you are discussing the part of it. You're not discussing the whole agenda there. So first discuss it and prioritize it and analyze it. Like, just giving up the points won't work. You have to give the feasibilities. You have to tell how, if you're presenting the solution, at least tell the feasibility of it. How your country will do or how it would be achieved. Cool. So this is the feedback from my end, and I hope this would be carried in the second model itself. Okay, so China has chosen for the right to reserve. I'll be moving for the speakers. I'll recognize the speakers for this particular mod, that is moderated caucus topic 2. Topic you guys are well aware about it. Delegates wishing to add their names, kindly raise your hands now. Okay, I'll take Korea, followed by UNGA SOCHUM Republic. It's Republic of. Can you just tell me? Like I cannot even see your flag. UNGA SOCHUM Republic of. Okay, I'll take later. Denmark, followed by.
That was Austria.
Okay, Denmark, followed by Austria. Just everyone kindly rename yourself just to your country. Cool. Followed by Brazil. Followed by Russian Federation. Argentina.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, delegate.
Sir, the delegate of Brazil hasn't raised the hand.
You haven't, but I saw. Okay, I'll remove your name. Cool. Delegate of France. Korea, lower down a hand. You have already been recognized. Followed by Japan. We can accommodate only 12 speakers in this particular mod, so make sure of it. Followed by USA. China, shall I add you now? You have not China, sorry, wait. Who was the motion holder? It was China, right?
China only.
Yeah. China, shall I add you at this point of time or not?
Yes,
okay.
So you can add me at the last.
Okay. USA followed by China. So now we have around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 speakers. We'll take on the 3 speakers later on. Cool. Okay. So Shivam sir, will you keep a note of time? Okay, just guys, let me know if my tap is audible like this. It's audible?
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Yes. So what I'll do at around 75 seconds, it's for 90 seconds, right? At 75 seconds, I'll give a single tap. That would be a reminder. Cool. So after that, you have to just utilize it at what point of time you have to stop. Okay. And I'll keep giving double tap once we have elapsed your time. Okay. So I need to stop you. Okay. Delegate of Korea, you're the first speaker. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, ma'am, you may start a speech.
Terrorism attacks on the basis of xenophobia, racism, and other intolerance. Over recent years, there has been a significant increase of violent incidents, often underpinned by racial, ethnic, political, and ideological motivations. Terrorist attacks on the basis of xenophobia, racism, and other intolerances are becoming a major concern for many member states, and it is increasingly being discussed at the UN policy-making bodies. The United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Mary Robinson, says that racism and intolerances could be both a cause and consequence of violence.
Koreans are more open and tolerant towards foreigners and immigrants, and in comparison to the previous years, Korea has made anti-racism institutions. Asian communities, including Korea, have been affected by white supremacy and xenophobia for a long time. As a result, Asian individuals are subject to increased mental health concerns, including anxiety, depression, and several psychological effects. Racism has no limits. It dates back all the way to the beginning of time where people are discriminated against by looking different. But it is past, racism doesn't seem like it's going to stop. The Korean society is enormously concerned about the shocking increase of anti-Asian hate. And the Korean society believes that Black people are not equal and Asians are not equal. But if we work together, we can solve this issue.
Thank you, Delegate. You have elapsed your time. Next, we'll move to the next speaker. We have as Delegate of Denmark. Denmark, are you here? Just guys, be quite loud enough. If you are like those who are not using earphones, it's recommended if you can. Else, just be allowed. Yeah, just give me one second. Yeah, Delegate of Denmark, you may start now.
One of the biggest mass killings in history is the Rwanda genocide. Its mass killing started in Rwanda. The aim was the ethnic cleansing of an empowered minority group, Hutu. Extremists massacred millions of ethnic Tutsis and their Hutu sympathizers. The question is, what caused such an ugly genocide in Rwanda? Hate speeches, disagreements between Hutu and the minority Tutsi converted into the history's largest mass killing. This is just an example. There are other cases as well. Here we observe the root cause to be racism. Not only genocides, racist discrimination, but hate speeches and xenophobia give rise to many more serious issues like terrorism, which is a national threat to any country. Thus, countries must act from the base, and that is precisely what Denmark does. Denmark has analyzed that lack of proper education and hate speeches often provoke such activities or situations. Certain solutions Denmark believes should be put into immediate actions to reduce hate speeches is through 1. Monitoring and analyzing hate speeches through organizations and implementing Article 7 of the UDHR, which provides for protection against hate speech, addressing root causes, drivers, and actors of hate speech. That is a system which should adopt a common understanding of the root causes and drivers of hate speech in order to take relevant action. Complaint committees must be established in countries to ensure problems of ethnic groups could be heard and solved in a peaceful way, which is already done in Denmark, which is named as the DIHR. Engaging and supporting the victims of hate speech, which means supporting and counseling the ethnic groups which have already received a lot of hatred, which is also done in Denmark through DIHR. Using education as a tool and promoting social diversity in schools is another solution to combat hate speeches. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Points noted. Next delegate we have is Delegate of Austria. Delegate of Austria, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Wait, just let me start it. Yeah, you may start.
Looking at the growth of terrorism, genocide through racist ideas and hate speeches, Austria has taken several measures like Article 19. So according to this article carried out in Austria to identify commonalities and differences in natural approaches to hate speech, specifically in the media, recommend good practices for application and identify concerns which should be addressed. The Criminal Code 74, it contains several provisions directly restricting some forms of hate speeches as well. Up to 3 years of imprisonment can be faced if any kind of hate speeches is broadcasted, printed, or spread through other mediums. Continued harassment by the means of telecommunications or a computer system, in other words, cyber mobbing, is also considered an offense from 2016. And in the last year and a half, great number of new internet sites where racism and anti-racism strategies are discussed have been founded, and new highly active spaces for public discussions have arisen on the homepages of the NGOs. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Points noted. Next delegate on the floor we have is Delegate of Russian Federation. Delegate, you may start.
Yes. Many people post hate speeches on social media nowadays. These speeches target a community of people and say bad things about them. This creates a lot of misunderstanding and hatred among the people. They start killing or discriminating that particular community. which leads to terrorism, genocides, and holocausts. One example is Adolf Hitler, who had killed 6 million Jews just because of spreading his racist ideas between the German people. We can prevent this by educating people about evils of genocide, terrorism, and racism. This idea will spread awareness and respecting other communities irrespective of their race or color. Russia also takes some preventive measures by taking severe action against the racists, and also putting a suppression on hate speeches on social media. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Points noted. Next delegate we have is delegate of Argentina. Delegate of Argentina, are you here?
Yes. Should I start?
Yeah, you may.
The world population is increasing, and so is terrorism and genocide. Racism is one of the root causes of terrorism. For example, hate crime against Asian, Jewish, Muslim community in Australia has significantly increased from 2015 to 2021. For every 100,000 people in each community, there were 306 anti-Jewish incidents, 24 anti-Muslim incidents, and 18 anti-East and Southeast Asian incidents on average annually. This was in 2016. And now that population has also increased, hate crime is substantially increasing as well. Hate speech is a speech that attacks and insults people on the basis of race, religion, ethnic origin, and sexual orientation. Hate speech poses grave danger for the unity of a democratic society. If left unaddressed, it will lead to acts of violence. But we cannot totally abolish hate speeches, and a balance must be kept between fighting hate speech and guarding freedom of speech. A solution to tackle hate speech, and particularly online, would be institutions, media, and the internet industry can self-regulate by introducing codes of conduct and enforcing sanctions for violation. Creating awareness and counter speech are very important when dealing with misinformation and hate speeches. Victims of hate speech should also be encouraged to come forward, and support should be provided. They should also be made known their rights in the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Points noted. The next delegate we have is delegate of French Republic. Delegate of France? Yeah, start.
Yeah. France National Human Rights Commission, that is CNCDH, recently released a report on the fight against racism in France. It reported 429 anti-Muslim threats and attacks in 2015, a striking 223% increase from the previous year, and 808 anti-Semitic threats and attacks in 2015, a 5% decrease from the previous year. The people of France have lived through so many terrorist attacks in recent decades. This is not just awful violence associated with the rise of ISIS, but seemingly endless series of attacks going back to the Strasbourg, Paris train bombing in June 1961 that killed 28 people. In 2014, the rise of ISIS saw the beginning of a different kind of terror attack in France. Assault weapon featured in the Charlie Hebdo and kosher supermarket attacks of January 2015, and in the attack of theater in November 2015. In some respect, the most shocking of all was another lone actor attack in Nice. On June 14, 2016, a truck driver drove at speed into hundreds of pedestrians celebrating Bastille Day, killing 86 people and injuring more than 400. For France, 6 million Muslims, the current sadness is compounded by dread and fear.
Thank you, delegate. Points noted. Next delegate we have is delegate of Japan. Before that, we have Japan on list, USA, and then China. We have around 8, 9. Yeah. Now we need 3 speakers, 3 new speakers, so that this moderated caucus could be completed. So any 3 delegates wishing to add their names, those who haven't spoken in this particular mod. Delegates, like those who are in, just don't be afraid, at least speak up. Don't miss any more. Okay, cool. Italy, any 2 delegates. Brazil, shall I add your name? Brazil and Netherlands. Would you guys speak up? Or this goes to...
Like to add my name in the next moderated caucus, sir.
Not an issue. Any delegates wishing to add their names in this particular mod, kindly raise your hands. We have 2 slots left. Like anyone can just raise your hand now, like even the repetitive speakers also. Those who want to get their names added. Delegates, because we can't end like this with, because the motion is for 18 minutes and 90 seconds. So it needs to be completed. Cool. USA, again. And
Sir, I don't understand. I just wanted to ask a point of inquiry.
point of inquiry, yeah, go ahead. For what?
I have two questions now. One of them, which position am I in the moderated caucus? And
Okay.
the other inquiry is, why do people need to repeat it?
Okay, wait. So delegate, right now you have the eighth position. So we are now right now we have to speak. We have to take the seventh speaker. That is France. So after France, you have your moderated caucus speech. And why I'm repeating, like delegates can repeat. Don't worry. Again, you won't think that if any delegate is speaking more than once, they'll be weighed more. No, they'll be marked more. That's not the case. Even their speeches would be averaged, right? Secondly, it's just see the motion. What was the motion? The motion was raised and raised, voted, and then passed with almost the majority. It was for 18 minutes and 90 seconds, right? So we have to complete that time frame which we have taken. That is in total 18 minutes, right? So we had 10 speakers at that point of time. So I need I need at least 12 speakers so that this motion gets completed. So that's the reason why I was taking another 2 speakers to complete this slot. Nothing else. Cool. We have one last slot. Any other delegate wishing to add the name, kindly raise your hand now. This is my last call, or else I'll just go with this.
Sir, I'd just like to speak once.
No. You are already recognized twice. You cannot again and again speak. So I've already
No,
recognized.
sir. I said I was just raising for a point of inquiry. I just wanted to speak once in the
Okay, I'll do that. I'll cut your name and I'll add Denmark. Any other delegate? Again, one more. We have. Seeing none. No, we have one. Japan. Done.
Sir,
Okay.
Sir,
Yes.
you have added my name, that's fine, but I also have a point of inquiry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, can I go after Japan so that I get a little time to,
Delegate, like again, Japan has. No, you are at a good point. Right now we have Japan. We'll take Japan now. Then we have USA. Then China. Then Italy. Then Denmark, and then you are. Then again Japan. So you have good time. Don't worry. You're the second last speaker. Okay. So now Japan, you have the floor for 90 seconds. Go ahead.
Thank you. Terrorism has been fueled through racist ideas and xenophobia for a long time, and Japan has also suffered due to this. The armed Rinkyu terrorist organization in Japan has created many catastrophes, and many people have lost their lives. This is due to the media influencing of other countries, forcing the Japanese people to be racist. And this has also built xenophobia, as these terrorist activities are inciting fear into the people that the other countries' men and organizations are out for blood. And various parties and nationalist propagandas are also promoting these ideas among students through their textbooks, through misconception and information. These student organizations, these students will grow up to lead the country, and thus this cycle of terrors and xenophobia will be continued. So I must urge to end this by changing the mindset of the people, for the party to be more involved in these activities, and to also verify the textbook and verify what is being taught to the children, so that they have the correct mindset. That will be all.
Okay, points are well noted. Next delegate we have is delegate of United States of America on the floor.
Yes, I'll start now, sir. Around the world, we are seeing a disturbing groundswell of xenophobia, racism, and intolerance. Social media and other forms of communication are being exploited as platforms for bigotry. Neo-Nazi and white supremacy movements are on the march. The impact of hate speech cuts across numerous existing United Nations areas of operation, including human rights protection, prevention of atrocity crime, preventing and countering terrorism, and the underlying spread of violent extremism and counter-terrorism. Preventing and addressing the fight against all forms of racism and discrimination, sustaining peace, and engaging women, children, and youth. Due to this, there are many genocides that occur, which is very tragic. USA will engage and support the victims of hate speech. UN entities should show solidarity with the victims of hate speech and implement human rights centered measures which aim at countering retaliatory hate speech and escalation of violence. They should also promote measures to ensure that the rights of victims are upheld and their needs addressed, including through advocacy for remedies and access of justice and psychological counseling. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Points noted. Next delegate we have is Delegate of China. Delegate of China, you have the floor for 90 seconds.
Thank you, for recognition. A particular feature of hate speech is that it aims at inciting or can reasonably be expected to have the effect of inciting others to commit acts of violence, intimidation, hostility, or discrimination against those targets. Human rights treaties and declarations place states under an obligation to prevent and prohibit hate speech. Article 20, Part 2 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights specifically prescribes any advocacy of national, racial, or religious hatred that constitutes incitement to discrimination, hostility, or violence. The ICCPR has been widely ratified as of 18th April 2008. There are 161 states and parties, only 7 of whom have entered reservations with respect to Article 20, Part 2. Specifically, states parties must criminalize all dissemination of ideas based on racial superiority or hatred, incitement to racial discrimination, as well as all acts of violence or incitement to such acts against any race or group of persons of another color or ethnic origin. From the political perspective, any hate speech that may cause ethnic disputes and incite the splitting of ethnic groups would be regarded as a national security threat, because it not only harms China's fragile ethnic relations, but also undermines the political stability of the regime. In prohibiting hate speech, the government is not merely protecting the victimized minority groups, it is principally protecting one of the pillars of its political order. A few solutions to combat these kind of hate speeches is improve the knowledge and the mindset of the people through the same media through which hate speech were being delivered, bringing to notice of the people the atrocities of the Rwandan genocide and the Jew Holocaust during the Nazi reign. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Points noted. Just keep a note of your time, Delegate. Not an issue.
Sir, I can't see the timer or...
Yeah, but I gave tabs. Not an issue. We can understand. We'll just fix it. Like I can also, I cannot share it regularly because I have to mark also you guys back on my screen. Cool. Not an issue. Next delegate we have on the floor is Delegate of Italy. Delegate of Italy, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, you may start.
I'm the delegate of Italy, and now I'll be speaking on the terrorism. So globally, over recent years, there has been a significant increase of violent incidents, often underpinned by racial, ethnic, political, and ideological motivations. Terrorist attacks on the basis of xenophobia, racism, and other forms of intolerances, or in the name of religion or belief, that is XRIRB, are becoming a major cursor for many cities. UNODC has recently launched a project to tackle XRIRB. Our activities include the development of a manual criminal justice practitioners to map out the legal national frameworks of several members affected by these trends, and facilitate international legal cooperation in related cases. Now, the aim is to raise awareness about this XRIRB and increase the capacity of criminal justice officers to address it. We also intend to develop a forum of practitioners leading to the sharing of experiences and enhancing of further interagency and intrastate collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Points noted. Next delegate on the floor we have is Delegate of Denmark. Denmark, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you may start your speech now.
Gratitude to the chair for the recognition. Denmark believes that all the problems faced by a country must be solved from the roots of the issue. It believes prevention is always better than cure. Also, Denmark has integrated multiculturalism in education for countering genocide terrorism. At the same time, it has taken preventive counterterrorism measures and maintained its national security well. One solution to counter hate speech is engaging in advocacy. That is, countries should use advocacy, both private and public, to highlight hate speech, trends of concerns, as well as to express sympathy and support to targeted individuals or groups. Developing guidance for external communications is the second step. Communication should be strategically used to address, counter, and mitigate the impact of hate speech, as well as counteract its bearings without restricting the right to freedom of expression. Boosting positive messages of tolerism through media should be done, which is already done in Denmark through committees like DIR. Denmark has also made laws to tackle such issues. Hate speech in Denmark is outlined by Law 266B of the Penal Code, colloquially called the racism paragraph, which outlaws threats, mockery, and degradation against groups defined by race, skin, color, nationality, ethnicity, religion, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Points noted. The last speaker for this particular moderated caucus we have is Delegate of Japan. Delegate of Japan, are you here?
Yes, Chair. May I start?
You may start.
Yes, Chair. The Chinese Communist Party and South Korean parties have been guilty of hate speech leading to development of anti-Japanese sentiments, and their influence has also affected the Japanese people and people of their country, resulting in anti-Japanese sentiments, but also led to the formation of Aum Shinrikyo, which is a terrorist organization in Japan based on this racism. And then the other countries account Japan to be violent and xenophobic, despite those very countries being the ones creating these xenophobic and terrorist mindsets among the people. These propagandas have also led to anger and protest against the Japanese people in foreign lands. And that is why Japan has a strict anti-foreign sentiments. So we support CERD and NGOs addressing this issue, and also encourage ICRD to see to the correct teaching of events and material towards the people to prevent these thought processes and to embed a correct mindset into the people.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Delegate. Points noted. Now we have elapsed with this particular moderated caucus, and we'll be moving back to the formal session. And I guess Shivam sir is here. Okay, before that, again, before I present floor to Shivam sir, delegates, it was really a good moderated caucus. Like in terms of participation, it was really good. In terms of content and research, amazing. But again, what you guys still lacked was the relevance. Like, I know you just read your moderated caucus again, okay, like both the mod topics, mod 1 and mod 2, and then correlate what you have, what the whole committee has given in the speeches, like what all ideas have been brought upon. So again, that's my main motive. Think, more widely. Just don't quote key things which are of, which are of general opinions, because that won't matter. Right? See, this agenda is quite technical and it's quite practical. So you have to be very, very, don't just beat around the bush, I would like to say. Just come to the point and give it feasibilities. Cool. Okay. Yeah, delegates, any doubts or points as of now? Any points right now? Just clear it now so that we'll move to the formal session. Yes, Delegate of Italy.
The point of inquiry.
Go ahead.
Sir, the tap was not audible.
Yeah, I know. So again, a tab wasn't audible. I can understand, but again, I have no rights to screen share. Like host has disabled the screen share, so I really didn't want to disturb in the middle of the speeches. So, is there any secretariat member? Like, I'll just resolve it right now. Secretariat member present here, or anyone from OC? I'm audible. Like PPSA 53. Okay, is there anyone amongst delegates who's in contact with the teacher or with the school faculty? Just text them and just ask them to kindly once come in the UNGA SOCHUM meeting. Just, we need the technical assistance. Just any one of you guys who knows the teacher or faculty of the school or any secretary member, just tell them, because I don't have any numbers of them. Cool. Okay. Don't worry, Delegate of Italy, I'll get it resolved. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Are there any other points on the floor? I feel you guys are feeling low at this point of time. Like, don't worry, guys. Just
yes, tell me.
Yes. Hi, sir. So can you tell any OC member or secretariat member, like we need, because see, I cannot screen share neither Shivam sir, because we are marking backhand and it will ultimately reveal the marking as well, even if we shift our tabs. So can you please ask anyone from your OC members or secretariat or any technical guy to just come and screen share the timer, like the Google timer itself. Hello, I'm audible.
He also reads that. Isn't Shivam sir there?
Yeah, Shivam sir is here.
Shivam?
Yeah, am I
Shivam sir is-
audible?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I guess
Secretary
just call me the Shivam.
Were you saying something?
Call me Shivam.
Yeah, I'm there in the committee.
He's saying kindly call him. Like the secretary general
Yeah.
asked me to call you.
Calling him in a minute.
Cool. So shall I then revert to GSL?
Just a second. I'll have a word with him, then I'll continue with the comment.
Okay, guys. Guys, just informally, you guys can take 2 to 3 minutes. You guys have informal session. Cool. You guys can research or do anything. We'll revert in after 3 to 4 minutes.
Delegates will be taking a short break and will be continuing at exactly 2:40. We'll be exactly reconvening the session at exactly 2:40.
The delegate of Russia,
Yes.
kindly check the chat.
Delegates will be resuming with the committee. Delegate of Norway, are you there in the committee?
Yes, sir.
You must start with your GSL.
Okay, sir. So may I start?
Yes, delegate, you must start now.
All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights in all international and regional human rights. This is the first principle which is proclaimed by the Article of Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR. Racism, xenophobia, and discrimination are the root causes of forced displacement throughout the world, affecting tens of millions of refugees. The Republic of Norway ranks 8th position out of 78 countries in racial equality. Norway has signed and ratified the International Convention for Eliminating of all forms of racial discrimination. In comparison to South Korea, Norway is 30% ahead and is still working on developing it. To provide respect and regional staff for those immigrants, Norway would propose a campaign-like structure teaching people to eliminate racism and racial discrimination for migrants, especially in rural areas. Hence, Norway calls upon international community to create and help migrants people. Thank you.
Delegate, you're left with approximately 15 seconds. How would you like to yield the time?
I would like to yield the time to the chair.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll be having the delegate of UK. The delegate of UK, are you there in the committee?
Yes, sir.
You must start with your speech.
Rightly quoted by Audre Lorde, it is not our differences that divide us. It is our inability to recognize, accept, and celebrate those differences. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and my fellow delegates. We must never judge people for the way they look or speak. All people are born equal. Racism should have extinguished with the increase in educated people and intermixing of races. Sadly, such behavior is the blatant reality and shows no signs of toning down. My country, UK, prohibits the discrimination on the grounds of race, gender, sex, and states that people must be fairly treated in all parts of the country. This can be clearly understood as it lies 16th in the world when it comes to low racist countries. UK has certain policies like 1968 Race Relations Act, Equality Duty Act, etc., which helps it acquire low racism rate and still will be working on it to achieve a lower racist number. Thank you.
Thank you so much, delegate. Delegate, how would you like to yield the time? How would you like to remaining time? Yield the remaining time.
Sir, I would like to yield it to the chair.
Thank you so much. Delegates, do we have any other motion for any other moderated caucus as of now? Will you need time to discuss upon that?
So we have decided.
We have decided.
You have the motion? Yes, delegate of Argentina.
For the motion, can I?
Oh, delegates wishing to raise their hands for the recognition of motion can raise their hands. Delegate of Argentina, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. The delegate of Argentina would like to raise a motion to suspend the formal debate and enter into a moderated caucus on subtopic multiculturalism in the education of children for a total time of 18 minutes per speaker time 90 seconds.
Thank you so much, delegate. Delegate, could you please pen down your motion in the chat box?
Yes.
Thank you so much, delegate. We pen down the motion. Delegate of Argentina, please pen down the motion in the Zoom chat box.
Yeah, I wrote the subtopic in the chat box.
I guess it isn't visible. Is it visible to all of you?
No, Chair.
Would you please mention the same in the Zoom chat once again?
Sir, it is visible.
Yes, sir. Now it is visible.
No way, that's not the subtopic. Let me send it again. I sent it.
Delegates wishing to vote for this particular motion can raise their hands. This motion clearly passes. Delegates, Delegate of Argentina, what was the each speaker's time?
90 seconds.
90 seconds. Cool. So, Delegate, this motion clearly passes. Delegate of Argentina, do you wish to be the first speaker?
No, I like to reserve my right.
Cool. Delegates wishing to add their name for this particular moderate caucus can raise their hands. Japan, you've been recognized. Followed by China, followed by Denmark, followed by France, followed by Australia, followed by Austria. Yes, delegate of Korea, followed by Austria, followed by USA, followed by Korea, followed by Argentina, followed by Brazil. Australia, Korea, you've been recognized. Kindly lower down your hand. Followed by Italy, followed by Cuba, followed by UK. Yeah, all of you have been recognized. Australia, please lower down your hand. So delegates, are you ready with your speeches or you need time for the preparation? You're ready with your speeches? Cool.
Sir.
So delegate of Japan, you may start now. You have the floor for next 90 seconds. You may start now.
Yes, Chair. Education is a very important aspect of daily life, and influencing it to be anti-racist can really help to reduce the racism and eventually eliminate it from the world. However, various propagandas are promoting it among university children, such as the Chinese propaganda. And South Korea has been conducting anti-Japanese protests, which are not being censored for children, and children are promoting it. Education is very necessary to condition the mind effectively to determine the children's future. And if their mental conditioning is regarding these racist sentiments, then it is not possible to have racism eliminated from this world. So Japan would like to suggest the ICERD to review the curriculum and how it is being taught among the children, that the correct things are being taught and not a propaganda is controlling the education or the mindset of the people. That is all.
Thank you so much. Next, we have the delegate of China.
Thank you, EB, for recognition. Multicultural education is an idea, an educational reform movement, and a process. As an idea, multicultural education seeks to create equal educational opportunities for all students, including those from different racial, ethnic, and social class groups. Multicultural education tries to create equal educational opportunities for all students by changing the total school environment so that it will reflect the diverse cultures and groups within a society and within the nation's classroom. Multicultural education is a process because its goals are ideals that teachers and administrators should constantly strive to achieve. The Chinese government is improving its educational institutions to follow through with this idea of multiculturalism in education. There are different schools open in China, as per 10 schools in the last 3 months. So I request and urge all of the other member nations to promote the idea of multiculturalism and the education of the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you so much, delegate. Next, we have the delegate of Denmark.
Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world, said Nelson Mandela. Denmark believes children are the backbone of any society. Educating them in the right manner could change the future of the country. Integrating multiculturalism in education has been the main objective of the education system of Denmark. Multiculturalism enables people live their originality consciously and without disturbing other cultures. In this sense, multiculturalism is a cultural wealth for living together. Integrating this with childhood reduces the possibility of social discrimination, etc., since the basic belief, ideas of a person develops is from childhood itself. So here we plan on removing the root of racism. Denmark significantly promotes multiculturalism, and here are some of the suggestions for improving. Be open to all cultures and their differences by celebrating national holidays, which will help in integrating different cultures and religions and respecting them. Second, establishing local committees to monitor whether the schools are ensuring proper implementation of multiculturalism. Third, establishing complaint committees must be set up if any of the students feel alienated so that they can resolve the issue and clear misunderstandings. Establishing anti-bully committees to take action against the groups of pupils which practice racism. Stereotypes and xenophobia could be encouraged through contents in textbooks which could be seen in the Nazi youth cult during World War II that resulted in young minds developing racist feelings. This should be avoided by ensuring that state governments of the countries...
Wrap up, delegate, will have your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Next, we have the delegate of French Republic.
Yes, sir. So shall I start?
Yes, delegate, you may.
Multicultural education is a concept grounded in the mission that all students, regardless of the groups to which they belong, such as those related to ethnicity, race, culture, language, religion, or exceptionally, should experience education quality in the schools. For North African immigrants in France, this would mean that teachers would try to understand the unique cultural, religious, and linguistic aspects that have shaped their identity. Taking these into consideration, there are few approaches taken by the France government. That is, the first approach is called teaching of the exceptional and the culturally different. It assumes that teachers are obliged to prepare their students to fit into and achieve within the existing school and society. In order to understand a society, the functions of certain institutions and the mainstream culture, teachers must equip students with their cognitive skills. The second approach eliminated is the human relations. If students learn to respect each other and work together in school, it will promote social equality, and students will carry this mentality with them out into the world. This is a transformative approach to multicultural education because it seeks to reduce discrimination against oppressed groups, to work towards equal opportunity and social justice for all groups, and to effect distribution of powers among members of the different cultural groups.
Thank you so much, delegate. Next, we are the delegate of Australia.
Thank you for the recognition, board. So shall I proceed?
Go, delegate.
Multicultural education of children and adolescents explores the foundation of diversity
through cultural portraits of young people from a variety of backgrounds and provides practical strategies for implementing a multicultural curriculum. Various cultural groups help pre-service teachers to have better understanding of the backgrounds of diverse learners. Educators should consider while teaching that the study material should be accepted by all and should respect cultural diversity. In this, we respect and appreciate different cultures and live with unity. There are several challenges in multiculturalism globally, like language barriers, changing the mindsets of people, etc. Although Australia has taken several steps to promote multiculturalism, there is still a little racism left in the schools. The intercultural capability curriculum enables students to explore their own and others' cultural practices and cultural diversity in Australian society. Schools play a key role in preventing, identifying, and responding to incidents of racism. Multiculturalism is encouraged in Australian schools by giving national holidays of various cultures. In the National Anti-Racism Strategy of Australia, bullying or harassment due to race in schools is punishable. Globally, to encourage this, different states can create campaigns or agendas and sign treaties for peace in all cultures. At the same time, society and their thoughts should be changed. Thank you, Board.
Next, with the delegate of Australia.
Ma'am, sorry, sir, I think Australia just.
Sorry, delegate of Austria.
Sir, should I start?
Go ahead, delegate.
Multicultural education assumes that the ways in which students learn and think are deeply influenced by their cultural identity and heritage, and that to teach culturally diverse students effectively requires education approaches that value and recognize their cultural backgrounds. Schools have the potential to act as a future laboratories of society. Austria has taken steps to promote multiculturalism. Since the end of 2017, the private University College of Teachers and Education has been offering advice and workshops at local schools, strengthening pluralism within society and eliminating stereotypes and prejudice has been the main agenda of Austria. Various cultural educational projects are conducted in the school to promote multiculturalism in the society. Short plays and stage scenes on the theme Living Together are being performed in the theatre, partly developed by the elementary school pupils. An exhibition designed by the pupils is opening in the museum on the cultural of remembrance of the town's displaced and murdered Jewish population. In the concert hall, students and orchestral musicians are holding a composition workshop and a small closing concert including all the languages. Such artistic and cultural methods can be used to bring in positive impulse and sensitizing children and young generation about important section of the society and its significance.
Thank you so much, delegate. You have elapsed your time. Next, with the delegate of USA.
Yes, sir. Give me a minute. Yes, sir. I'll be starting right now. The civil rights movement was a bit rigid till the 1950s, but it has made considerable progress in the matter of the right to a quality education and ethnic minorities. The idea of multiculturalism is contemporary political discourse and in political philosophy reflects a debate about how to understand and respond to the challenges associated with cultural diversity based on ethnic, national, and religious differences. The term multicultural is always often used as a descriptive term to categorize the fact of diversity in a society. But in what follows, the focus is on multiculturalism as a normative ideal in the context of the Western liberal democratic societies. In the beginning of the 1960s was marked by the civil rights movement's stunning development conducted by the African American community with Martin Luther King as its principal leader. Indeed, from the beginning of the 12th century, numerous Black American intellectuals had contributed to the theoretical and Black conception of multicultural education. Du Bois had described the African American identity using terms such as double identity. He was undefeatable in fighting for equality of all American citizens in the educational field. He was among the founding members of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the most powerful organization for civil rights in United States. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Next was the Delegate of Korea.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're perfectly audible.
Impact on children because of racism. Racism hurts children in real and fundamental ways. It hurts not only their health, but also their chances for a good and successful life. Education, an important commodity in one's life, affects him or her in every aspect. That's the bottom line message of a new policy statement from the American Academy of Pediatrics, AAP. It is a call to action for all of us. Racism informs our actions when we structure opportunities for and assign value to people based on our interpretation of how they look. Racism grew up and helped rationalize colonization and slavery. How does racism affect health and well-being of in children? It is truly a disease. Racism and its effect can lead to a chronic distress for children. Chronic stress leads to actual changes in hormones that cause inflammation in the body, a marker of chronic disease. Science has proven that chronic low-grade inflammation can turn into a silent killer that contributes towards cardiovascular disease, cancer, type 2 disease, diabetes, and other conditions. These days, it's important to think about chronic disease for the children of immigrant families. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Next was the Delegate of Argentina.
Yes. Yeah. Should I start?
Go ahead, Delegate.
Multiculturalism, multiple culture ideology, the idea of having many cultures in a place, many races, many ethnicities, etc. Now, we don't want to totally abandon the idea of having different races, the colorblind ideology, but we want to create a bond between the races where everybody respects each other's culture and practices. This can be done by signing peace treaties, as the delegate of Australia previously mentioned. Multicultural education helps students develop a clear view of the world. It would help them understand and appreciate diversity, differences in terms of race, religion, socioeconomic status, sexual identity, etc. If children are taught not to discriminate from the start, imagine where we would be. The Argentine Constitution 1994 recognizes the right to bilingual and intercultural education. The Higher Education Act 1995 established that the national state is responsible for promoting educational inclusion policies that recognize different gender identities and multicultural and intercultural processes equally. Argentina has developed school curricula to promote knowledge about African history, culture, and heritage. They have added sections in their books to promote racial awareness and counter racial discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Next was the Delegate of
Excuse
Brazil.
me, sir. Point of inquiry.
Yes, Delegate of UK.
I would like to remove my name from the moderated caucus.
What happened, Delegate?
Sir, I don't want to speak.
What we can do is we can give you 5 to 10 minutes more, but will be obliged that if you can speak at least in this particular moderated caucus, because this will help you in your further conferences at the end of the day.
Sir, but I don't want to speak.
Not an issue. We'll take that into consideration. Next, you're the Delegate of Italy.
Yes, sir.
Delegate of Italy, you can start now.
So children are the future of a country. If there's a way to stop hate, racism, xenophobia, or any other intolerance, it is to enlighten the children from their childhood, to accept every culture, every race, and every person different from their own country. Italy, being a country of a total of 8.4% of the immigrant population, has been facing a growing presence of the foreign students in Italian schools and the transition towards intercultural education. We use a multidisciplinary methodological approach. This approach is based on a sociological, philosophical, and historical analysis of innovations and highlights of the strong aversion to multiculturalism that pervades the Italian school systems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Next, the Delegate of Cuba.
Yes, may I?
Go, Delegate.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. Multiculturalism in education of children. Education is movement from darkness to light, said by Alan. For Cuba, since past 40 years, education has been a top priority. Cuba maintains twice public amount spending on the education than other neighboring countries. Cuba has adopted the policy of multiculturalism, which not only promotes the bonding of different students from other cultures, but also helping developing relationships. Multiculturalism is not only a solution for xenophobia and racism, but also helps in other parts too. Now, from promoting this, the psychological thinking of students changes. They have a wider view towards the future. Second, in order to promote multiculturalism, Cuba had taken many initiatives. For example, they had set up campaigns, then national holidays, and also in the history, they have included not limiting the students for the Cuban history, but also included African and other histories. That also talks about their culture, heritage, and how they had suffered and what did they have done to gain freedom and overcome the racism and xenophobia. This also helps them to differentiate what is right and what is wrong in the future. That's all I would like to say.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Delegates wishing to add their names once again for this particular moderated caucus can raise their hand. Delegate of China, you have been recognized. You may start with your speech.
Thank you, EB, for recognition. So further elaborating on how the multicultural education should take place. The Chinese parliament has identified 5 dimensions towards this topic. They are content integration, knowledge construction process, prejudice reduction, inequity, pedagogy, and an empowering school culture and social structure. Content integration deals with the extent to which teachers use examples and content from a variety of cultures and groups to illustrate key concepts, generalizations, and issues within their subjects, areas, or disciplines. The knowledge construction process describes how teachers help students to understand, investigate, and determine how the biases, frames of reference, and perspectives within a discipline influence the ways in which knowledge is constructed within it. Students also learn how to build knowledge themselves in this dimension. Prejudice reduction describes lessons and activities used by teachers to help students to develop positive attitudes toward different racial, ethnic, and cultural groups. Research indicates that children come to school with many negative attitudes toward and misconceptions about different racial and ethnic groups. Inequity pedagogy exists when teachers modify the teaching in ways that will facilitate the academic achievement of students from diverse racial, cultural, and social class groups. Research indicates that the academic achievement of African American and Mexican American students is increased when cooperative teaching activities and strategies rather than competitive ones. An empowering school culture and social structure is created when the culture and organization of the school are transformed in ways that enable students from diverse racial, ethnic, and gender groups to experience equality and equal status. To implement multicultural education effectively, teachers and administrators must attend to each of the 5 dimensions of multicultural education described above. They should use contents from diverse groups when teaching concepts and skills, help students to understand how knowledge in the various disciplines is constructed, help students to develop positive intergroup attitudes and behaviors. I hope the countries implement these.
Thank you so much, Delegate. We'll have your time. We're left with only 15 seconds. Please wrap up.
Sir, I've ended my speech.
Yeah, you're left with only 15 seconds. You can wrap up. You're done.
So I'm done.
Okay, thank you so much. Delegate of Brazil, to which point you raise?
No, sir, I wish to speak in the moderated caucus.
You can speak right now. You have
Okay,
the
sir.
floor for the next 90 seconds. You may start now.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Education is a human right and should be prevailed to everyone. But it isn't enough just to talk about our culture and discriminate the others. For the same, Brazil introduced educational laws in 2003 and 2008, which oblige every school in the country to teach African, Afro-Brazilian, and indigenous history and culture. Multiculturalism in education helps to foster equality, justice, and equity. Multiculturalism should be provoked and be widespread, starting from children to elders. Implementing multiculturalism will benefit in reducing the amount of racism being practiced. Knowing about more than one culture will help to also reduce the rate of xenophobia. People tend to be scared of things they don't know about, and to overcome that, I think multiculturalism is the best way to do so. To start multiculturalism, it is best to start within the younger public, as they are the ones that can bring about changes. Not having multiculturalism can also weaken the political significance of our country. Therefore, multiculturalism benefits not only the public but also the government of the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Delegates, do we have any other speaker who wants to speak for this particular moderated caucus? Chill. Delegate of UK, have you delivered your GSL speech?
No, sir.
You have the floor for the next 90 seconds. You must start with your GSL speech.
Sir, I don't want to speak.
Not an issue, Delegate. Delegate of Germany, are you there in the committee? Delegate of Norway, have you delivered your speech?
Yes, sir, Germany.
First of all, Delegate of Norway, are you there in the committee? Delegate of Norway. Delegate of Norway.
Yes, sir.
Have you delivered your speech
Yes, sir.
for the GSL?
Yes, sir.
And you don't wish to speak in the moderated caucus?
Yes, I don't want to speak.
Thank you so much. Delegate of Germany, are you there in the committee?
Yes, sir.
You must start with your speech.
For the GSL, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the recognition. Good afternoon, fellow delegates and Honorable Chair. Germany is more than honored to be a part of this meeting. Today, as you know, our topic is racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and other related intolerances. It is clear that racism, although being wrong, is still practiced in a lot of countries. Racism is the belief that groups of humans possess different behavior traits corresponding to inherited attributes and can be divided based on the superiority of one race over another. The rate of racism is increasing day by day, and it is a really alarming thing. Racism is very sinful and punishable. Racism in German history is inextricably linked to the Herero and Namaqua genocide in colonial times. Racism reached its peak during the Nazi regime, which eventually led to a program of systematic state-sponsored murder known as the Holocaust. Germany comes 17th on the best countries of racial equality, which is possible. Along with this, Germany has also signed the ICERD and has been a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. You left with 20 seconds. How would you like to read the same?
I'll read it to the chair.
Thank you so much. So, delegates, by this we are done with the session 2 as well. So now we'll be going for a short break, and exactly at 3:40, 3:50, we'll be reconvening the committee, and then Hargya sir will be explaining you the draft resolution process. Cool? So,
Shivam sir, shall I explain them in a DR or a working paper?
Both at 3:50.
Okay, cool.
Cool. So delegates will be reconvening at exactly 3:50. Until then, you can have your snacks or anything, and then we'll reconvene the committee at 3:50.
Okay, sir. The delegate of Norway. Good afternoon, everyone. Any one delegate of any country who would like to answer questions for the interview article, kindly drop a message on the chat. Or on WhatsApp. I'll share my number.
All right.
Okay. Hi, delegates. Is everyone back from the break? I guess it's 3:53. Yeah. Am I audible and visible? Can you just give me the thumbs up? Yeah.
Yes, sure,
Nice.
you're audible and visible.
Yeah. I guess this might be quite energetic session because we might have our coffee and tea. So yeah, I just need attention of you guys. At this point of time, we won't be taking right now any debate. We won't be starting to be, the formal or informal session. I'll take another 10 to 15 minutes, max 20 minutes to explain the documentation. Cool. Because at this point of time, we think that for day one, the debate which we have done is for me, it's basically appropriate and it's enough. Like 3 mods and a proper round of GSL. So at this point of time, I'll explain the whole documentation process, how it would work upon the working paper, the draft resolution. I'll majorly lay emphasis over these two documents. Moreover, there are certain other documents also, like press release and certain other. I'll lay emphasis over them also. Cool. And after that, I'll ask the doubt session. Post that, I guess there would be a feedback session by the secretariat, and then we'll adjourn the session for day one. I guess this is the roadmap, Shivam sir. Like we'll be explaining the documentation and yeah, cool. Okay. So guys, is everyone here? Can everyone switch on a camera, please? Because we won't be explaining this again and again because it's quite hectic and it takes time also. Yeah. Thank you. Germany, Argentina, and same applies to other delegates. Can you switch on a camera if it is okay? Okay.
So could I keep my video off for now? I'm having issues with the internet.
Not an issue, delegates. Okay. So let's start with documentation. I'll explain you what the word basically now documentation refers to, right? See, in very layman term, what documentation is. Just basically a formal document. What you have to make. Now, when we talk about United Nations, cool. There, the method, the process for documentation is quite. It's similar, but it's more professional and it's more unique also because there are different stages how a draft resolution is made, how first working paper is made, how draft resolution, and then it is passed to resolution, right? In similar way, considering the model events, it's an academic simulation. You all know, like it's organized by school events, by schools, by colleges. So the documentation is quite important aspect from the academic point of view, right? So there are two major forms of documentation which we would be accepting. Either one of would be accepted, either working paper or draft resolution. So I'll explain you what working paper and draft resolution states. I'll just screen share with a document, just with the random document I have of my previous conferences. Just give me one second. Can I screen share host? Can you please allow me? Or shall I explain like without screen sharing? I'll send the format later on. I guess that works. Right. Cool. Now I'll explain you what working paper is.
Do one thing. Mail me the document. I'll screen my share.
Okay, I'll mail you. So can you just send me your mail ID on the chat?
Yeah, just a second.
Yeah, I have the document. I'll mail one DR and I'll mail one working paper. Working paper. Sending you, sir. Yeah. Share my phone. Or doing so. Actually, I'm not able to copy paste, but I'll do this.
Shivam 8478 Gupta.
Wait, Shivam
8478 Gupta @gmail.com.
8478, है ना? Gupta. Mm. So sent. No, no. से जीमेल आईडी एरर दिखा रही है पता नहीं क्यों शिवम 8478 @gupta अच्छा नहीं
Shivam8478gupta@gmail.com.
हाँ ठीक है अब ठीक है गई इट इज देयर एक डीआर भेज दिया वर्किंग पेपर आई गेस आई विल एक्सप्लेन लाइक दिस ओनली बिकॉज़ ऑलमोस्ट इट्स सिमिलर okay so delegates there are two types of documentations okay one is working paper and the latest stage of working paper is called as draft resolution and when the draft resolution is voted and passed upon then it becomes the resolution like you might have heard about UNRES resolution passed on this particular so and so date so that is how resolutions takes place in United Nations so for UNGA SOCHUM the major document what we can consider is the draft resolution but I'll explain you first what working paper is all the solutions what you have discussed on the both day one and day two like it's not just the solutions mod it's basically all the solutions like discussed in GSLs discussed in your moderated talks speeches discussed via via chats via chats each and everything has to be collaborated and it has to be sent in a word format known as working paper right now working paper to be honest it has no strict format as compared to draft resolution like draft resolution has a strict format but working paper is, it has no strict format. You have to just mention working paper. Cool. Then you have to write the authors. Now, उसमें क्या होता है? Working paper में there's a very simple difference between working paper and draft resolution. I'll explain later. Now, in working papers, you have the authors. Now, authors basically means that those who are forming that particular working paper. Now, either you hold the whole committee can make their own working paper, which can be termed as unanimous working paper, right? Or you guys can make a block-wise working paper. Okay, so mostly block working paper it happens when you're a committee like dissect committee हो गया when you are in a committee like security council UNSC so वहाँ majorly block role represent करता है right so when you make working paper it's not this is a DR right this is not a working paper it's very simple just write working paper committee agenda committee का logo like how यहाँ पे HRC का लगा हुआ है वैसे you have to mention of UNGA you have to write committee agenda and then authors लिखना right now in this draft resolution there is one error like not an error basically इसमें सारे authors थे this was of my previous conference like my delegates made this all were the first timers they added all the authors because this was a unanimous draft resolution so इसमें if you are making unanimous working paper everyone is author right if you are making blockwise working paper then you have to add the names of authors those who are making it right of that particular block for example US block is there then the US and its block name would be added in the authors column in working paper right if you just scroll down now in working paper you have to just directly start with the operative clauses right see some EVs might say that need not to add operative clauses like operative clauses it's the phrase that is used in front of every solution like recommends urges okay urges the member nations so it's up to you guys how you want to make these solutions but you have to just note all the pointers jot it down in pointers right and it is recommended that in the working paper you use operative clauses so you might be thinking operative clauses hota kya hai? Just Google it you'll get a list of around bahut sare operative clauses there. You can check you can make use of any operative clauses which fits grammatically like recommends member nations urges member nations okay so these are like condemns strongly recommends फिर उसके बाद अपना demands so these all are the जो बिल्कुल comments हो गया फिर emphasizes हो गया these all in italics are the operative clauses I'll send you the list of operative clauses so working paper mein you have to just add the solutions and then it is good to go right now coming to draft resolution this was everything about working paper now working paper की जो discussion होती है depends on EB इसको directly vote upon करना है या discuss करना it's up to the EB But when you come to draft resolution, everything has to be very professional. Everything has to be very particular. So if you're making a draft resolution, the format goes same. Draft resolution, okay. If it is a उसके बाद logo, committee full name, United Nations Human Rights Council, agenda. Then there we write sponsors. Okay, now I don't know why there are those sponsors. I also saw right now. So there it is written as sponsors. You can't add everyone's name in sponsor until unless it is a unanimous draft resolution. Good. So sponsors कौन होते हैं? Those who are leading a particular block. ठीक है. Now DR could be mostly 99% DR in block form में बनता है. Like if there are conflict of ideologies, conflict of opinions, so two different block comes up and they submit their two DRs. So sponsors minimum limit is two I guess. Right, Shivam sir? 2 and maximum 4 sponsors. Like 2 chit sponsors and 2 speaking sponsors.
2 and maximum, let's keep it 5.
Okay, 2 minimum and maximum sponsors 5. Again, this whole thing depends upon the number of the delegates we see on day 2, right? The number of participation also. Now coming to the major aspect. Now in draft resolution, there is a word known as preambulatory clauses. Now what does preambulatory clauses means? Basically, you have to screenshot. चलो कोई बात नहीं हो गया. You have to add the solutions which have been already implemented and already been voted upon and UN के पास आके. Already solutions that have been discussed in the United Nations, it has already been implemented. For example, I'll tell you, recalling the General Assembly resolution. This is the resolution number adopted on 27 March. Resolution, it's a professional code. Like you can you can copy paste it. Isme plagiarism never affects. Okay. Now this is also a very common, preambulatory clause. Preambulatory means जो implement हो चुके. Those are the solutions already being implemented by the United Nations body. So minimum to maximum 4 preambulatory clauses you have to add. Then you have to move to operative clauses. Operative clauses are the main aspect, which means the solutions that you are providing. That you want, that the whole committee, UNGA SOCHUM wants, all the member nation wants to be implemented. Right? So this has to be again operative clauses, condensed, as I told in working paper, they have to be laid down. Now one thing, you have to not to use full stop anywhere. Because if kahin bhi full stop, if you use, it means that you have ended the draft resolution. Full stop has to be used only at the last point. Okay. And at every point you use a semicolon. Okay. Font size 12 and font Times New Roman, that is a professional. If I'm not wrong, right, Shivam sir, Times New Roman and 12 is better. The rest up to you guys. Like until unless it looks professional, we are good to go with it. Shivam sir, I guess I'm done. Okay, I'll explain the discussion also. Now,
I'll explain you the discussion. आप नहीं बता दी जो सब पॉइंट होते हैं सब क्लॉजेस के लिए ये बता दिया आपने हर गया
हाँ सेमीकोलन बता दिया. I told them.
Now I'll be coming with the discussion, how the discussion gonna go. First of all, delegates. Just a second. Delegates, just a second. So yeah, coming upon the discussion, first of all, are there any doubts regarding the formatting of the resolution? Delegates, because tomorrow you guys will be formatting the resolution. Yes, Delegate of USA.
Yes, sir. If we do it unanimously, how many sponsors can we add?
Max to max 5, and the rest of them will be the signatories to the DR. Are there any other doubts, Delegate of Australia? Yes, Delegate of Australia. Delegate of Denmark, what's your doubt?
Sir, we can make a draft resolution or a working paper, right? Any one of them.
No, first we'll be having a working paper, then we'll be having a
Draft resolution.
then we'll be having the final draft resolution. There won't be any sort of voting upon the working paper. You'll just send me the working paper. I'll let you know the additions so that you can make the draft resolution. Cool.
Sir, so the working paper can be made unanimous.
Could you please come again?
Sir, the working paper could be made unanimously, right, with all the delegates?
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Next, we have the delegate of Italy. Go ahead with your doubt.
What is the maximum amount of points we can add?
I'll let you know in a minute.
Okay.
Next, we have the delegate of Japan. Japan, go ahead with the doubt.
Yes, sure. So, Chair, like, are signatories, authors, and sponsor three different things, or signatories and sponsor are are similar?
All of them are three different, and I'll let you know what all of them are. Just a second.
Okay, sir.
We are going by, first of all, by the doubt of the delegate of Italy. We'll be having max to max three preambulatory clauses. That tends to be that adopting the previous resolutions, and max to max 10 for the operative clauses. So in a committee, we can have max to max 10 operatives and 3 preamps. Are you clear with this, delegate of Italy?
Yes, sir.
Now coming the difference between an author, a sponsor, and a signatory. Okay. अब author is usually used for the informal documents, that is a working paper or a press release or something, in which we believe that at the end of the day, these are the ones who have helped in drafting this particular, or who have written this particular working paper or something. So usually authors we have for working papers and press release. Aragya, if I'm right, if I'm not wrong. And going by the sponsors are the ones who initiate the draft resolution, who draft to be more specific, who draft the resolution, and who are behind the ideology of this particular resolution. For example, there are certain resolutions like which have been introduced. I'll show a resolution. I've been looking. Just a second, delegates. I'll show a real resolution as well. Now, what is a sponsor and what is a signatory? I'll let you know. I'll be sending a sample draft resolution as well. No need to worry. Just a second, my screen is loading. Is my screen visible to all of you?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
This is a proper resolution. Okay. Up isme I'll be sending you this one. Okay, you can take it as a format. Here we mention the resolution number, United Nations General Assembly logo, district general, distribution general, date stands to be the date which will be drafting the resolution. 66th, the session which we are having. You can confirm it from the UN archives, the agenda, and then we'll be having the sponsors. The sponsors are the one who basically draft the resolution, and when it comes to the signatories are the ones who support the resolution. Now I'll let you know, we can't have multiple sponsors. Basically a person, for example, a delegate of China can't be a sponsor to two draft resolutions, but he can be a signatory to two resolutions. Are you getting my point? Obviously, at the end
Yes,
of
sir.
the delegate of China, you will be forming only one resolution, but you can support other at the end of the day. It's your ideology at the end of the day. You find that some points are valid for this particular resolution and some points are valid for this particular resolution. So as a signatory, you tend to sign for both the resolutions. Okay? This is how a difference between a signatory, author, and a sponsor. Any other doubts regarding the same?
Sir, since this is a General Assembly committee, can two enemy nations have sponsorship for the same DR?
You wanted, could you please come again?
Sir, since this is the General Assembly, can two enemy nations sponsor the same DR?
Yeah, a very good question, and take that for future committees as well. What is the agenda for this particular committee?
Sir, discussing racism, racial discrimination.
Will full stop. Who is your enemy as of now?
Sir, United States of America.
United States of America. Okay. Delegate of United States of America, could you please unmute yourself? Delegate of USA. Of racism, what is your ideology towards racism? Should racism exist?
No.
What shall be USA's ideology? Should racism exist?
No.
So how you are enemy for this particular agenda?
Okay, sir. So it depends on the ideologies.
It depends on the agenda which you are discussing.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Now I'll let you know, there's a very recent resolution. I guess it was against Iran, which was initiated. And in that particular resolution, India and Pakistan had voted against that resolution. Now, obviously, everyone knows the ties, the bilateral treaties between India, bilateral relations between India and Pakistan. But yes, when it comes to the agendas, it completely depends. Your voting stance and your being a sponsor completely depends upon the agenda. For example, be it a Russia-Ukraine crisis, would you be like to be a sponsor to the DR where China, as a question to you, would you like to be a sponsor to that particular DR where the DR mentions about sanctions to Russia? Would you like to, for example, we are in GA and a resolution has been introduced where we are proposing that we'll be implementing sanctions over Russia or the Russia-Ukraine crisis. Delegate of China, would you like to be a part of that particular resolution?
No, sir.
Committee stands to be the same. But what
Yes, sir.
what the difference is at the end of the day?
The agenda.
Agenda. So completely depends upon the agenda.
Thank you, sir.
The certain agendas which have a unanimous ideology. Obviously, the committee has an unanimous ideology. Every one of you in the start of the morning have been saying that we should believe in elimination of racism, racial discrimination, and xenophobia. Is there any one of you who believes that racism should exist? Present a DR of themselves. Racism exists when it comes to the real world. Racism exists, but we believe in eliminating racism. So that's the viewpoint. Delegate of China, now you're clear with the same?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any other doubts?
Sir, so if China and USA agree, then we can make a single DR?
What I propose is make a single DR for this particular agenda.
Okay, sir. So we
Now I'll
have...
tell you why. Delegate of Denmark. Now there have been various incidents in the history of United Nations that nations who don't want to see each other have come together. And majorly they have been the humanitarian causes. Be it a DISEC committee, obviously, DISEC, there shall be an difference of opinion. When it comes to ECOFIN, where we talk about the matters of economy, there shall be a diversified opinion. When we come towards the legal, or when we come towards the SPECPOL, which is specifically for the space for decreasing the weaponization of space. So that completely means that at the end of the day, and when it comes to SOCUM, at the end of the day, everyone has a clear stance over the human rights. So in that particular scenario, what we believe is just come with one DR only. That will be the best thing for the committee to go. Are you guys clear with the same now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Being a sponsor or being an ally completely depends upon the agenda you're working upon and the committee you're working upon. This is one thing I have to clear. Now, do you have any queries regarding the formatting? Any queries? Going upon the discussion. Now, how I'll be going towards the discussion. Basically, there are two ways to go towards the discussion. One tends to be having a moderated caucus. Like we'll have a moderated caucus and each one of you will be coming and explaining. One stands to be that we have a PSL. Okay, that is something complicated we won't be having. And another stands to be that I'll be reading the clause by clause. And what I'll be doing, if I find something that is not, that needs to be updated on, that needs to be discussed in the committee, I'll be asking questions on that. Are you guys up for the question for the resolution? They'll be very easy questions, no need to worry, but I request everyone to answer because we are having only one resolution. So I request everyone to answer. Third, when it comes to now coming towards the latter part of the resolution, it comes upon the amendments. So basically there are three types of amendments: addition of a clause, deletion of a clause, and omission of a clause. Okay. Now first what I'll be is addition. For example, I've explained a phrase and I haven't provided the full explanation to that particular point. So what I'll be doing is, a delegate can do is, they can send an addition clause and then addition. Okay. So addition, if you want something to be added to the clause, a particular clause. Deletion, if you want something to be deleted from the resolution, a particular clause to be deleted. And when it comes to the omission, If there is any grammatical error, any error in the punctuation or something, you can send those amendments to the executive board. We'll be looking to that amendments and we'll be having a discussion over those amendments. And post that, at the end of the day, we'll be having a final voting of the DR. And at the end of the day, if we have the 2/3 majority, the DR passes. If not, the DR fails. Delegates, are there any queries regarding the DR?
No, Chair.
क्योंकि tomorrow it will be difficult. अभी जिसको जो पूछना है पूछ लो.
Sir, when you said you'll take it clause by clause and ask questions if you feel something is fishy, then like how will you get to know that that particular point is given by a particular delegate?
Could you please come again, delegate?
Sir, if you're going to go clause by clause and ask questions if you find a point which is not relevant or something fishy, then how will you get to know that particular point is given by this particular delegate? And then
No, I'll be putting the question to the whole committee at the end of the day. It's up to the delegate. Tabhi, I'll be giving you 1 hour in tomorrow's time to prepare the DR. Discuss and deliberate and let us know and give me a perfect DR.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Hargya, could you please upload the DR on the WhatsApp group as well?
Definitely, I'll do that.
Yeah.
I'll upload 2-3 more.
So, sir, right now, do we have to like create the working paper after the session is over? After the session is over, do we need to create the working paper and the draft resolution we will create tomorrow?
I'm letting you guys know. Yeah, could anyone please send the itinerary on the WhatsApp group as well?
Yes, sir.
I'll do. I have sent.
Yeah.
Ten to 12.
So tomorrow I'm letting you know. We have a session till 12 to 12. Then 1 to 3. Then 3:30 to 5:45. So tomorrow we'll start the committee at 10. We'll have a discussion session, be it a moderated caucus or something, till 10 to 11. And at 11 to till 12, we will be having a time to prepare the working paper. And then at exactly 1, we'll be starting with the discussion of the working paper. Discussion also, what I mean is particularly I'll be just looking into the same and I'll be letting you know that it should be taken into consideration or what should be taken into consideration. At exactly 2, then we'll have a short discussion, and at exactly 2 you'll be start preparing your DR, and in the last session we'll be having the discussion over the DR. Cool. 10 to 11 session 1, 11 to 12 prepare your working paper. At 1 we discuss the working paper, then we have a discussion, then 2 to 3 start with the DR, and at exactly 3:30 we start with the DR discussion. Are you guys clear with it?
Also,
Yes,
will
Chair.
there be
yes.
Also, there will be only one moderated caucus, right?
To at least try for 2 moderated caucuses for tomorrow. Any other doubts, delegates?
Sir, we won't be having any session of GSL tomorrow.
Obviously, I'll be recognizing fresh set of speakers tomorrow.
Okay, sir.
Any other doubts, delegates? Yeah, do ask for doubts. At the end of the day, the more you will be asking for the doubts, the better it will be for the committee. Any doubts, delegates, regarding the DR?
So I just wanted to confirm that tomorrow we'll have 1 GSL and 2 mod cocs minimum.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, I have my class now. Can I leave the meeting?
Yeah, sure, you can leave, delegate. Delegates, are any other doubts? Any other regarding the committee, regarding the flow? How was the committee? Any sort of feedback towards the executive so that we can improve ourselves? Any of the delegates, could you please unmute yourself and let us know, please?
I believe the executive board was very friendly, and the debate, I believe the committee was really active. I've never seen such an active committee before, so I enjoyed debating in this committee.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Japan. What sort of feedback would you like to provide us to the executive board?
Yes, sure. As the delegate of Denmark said, the EB was very friendly and supportive, and I agree with that. The committee topic was fun, but on the contrary, I would say that it involved lack of participants. Actually, like from my previous experience, oftentimes it has happened there have been like challenges and 2v2s which weren't present here. Like there must be some valid reason. Like for that reason, I felt it was just a bit boring, and asking POIs through chats can be boring at times. So I would like to suggest, just having POIs verbally after each in moderated caucuses as well. That's all.
In moderated caucus as well. Cool. We'll have one moderated caucus. Will have a POI session. Not an issue.
Okay, Chair.
Delegate of Australia, what you would like to say towards the committee? You muted yourself, Delegate. You're on mute.
Excuse
Oh,
me.
sorry.
Continue.
As a first timer myself, this committee was really friendly and not at all like the committee did not make me nervous at all at first. But on the contrary, I'd say that the management gave us our countries like 2 days prior. So it was really hard for us to prepare everything, each and every source and case-based studies and all. So it was hard for us to prepare in just the short period of 2 days, including the fact that we have tuition, schools and stuff. And
Actually,
yeah, that's all.
shall I suggest one thing for today?
Yeah, sure.
GSL, easy. Make a easy GSL. Modern solutions and have any. Acha, chalo, let's do something easier for every one of you. Let's have only one moderated caucus tomorrow. That is for solutions, and let's focus towards the documentation. Are you guys fine with it? Or you guys
Yes,
want
sir.
2 moderated caucuses?
Okay, sir. So only solutions tomorrow.
How many moderated caucuses do all of you want to go? I'll be asking from one by one. Hargya, keep a count of that, and then we'll decide upon the committee. Okay?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Delegate of French Republic.
Sir, I wanted to ask that, like DR, we are going to do in the meeting, or we have to do after the session?
In the meeting, itself.
So we are going to do all the writing work in the meeting.
Yeah, you can share your screen, and then anyone can share their screen, and then they can pen down on the Word document.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, Delegate of Russia, 1 mod or 2 mod for tomorrow? Delegate of Russia, do you want 1 moderated caucus for tomorrow or 2 moderated caucuses for tomorrow?
One moderated caucus.
Argentina,
1 moderated caucus.
China,
Sir, 1 moderated caucus.
Italy,
1.
Brazil,
1 moderated caucus.
Austria,
So 1.
Denmark,
1, sir.
Finland, Japan, Germany,
1 moderated caucus.
Germany, Netherlands, USA, Cuba,
1.
Korea, France, USA, UK,
1.
1, sir.
Sir, 1 moderated caucus.
Australia, we'll be having only 1 moderated caucus with 1 mandatory POI for every delegate. Cool. Are you fine with the delegates?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
97 is going to be the time. And then as soon as we're done with that particular moderated caucus, we'll be starting with the preparation of the working paper. Post the preparation of the working paper, we'll move towards the resolution. Post the preparation of the resolution, we'll be moving towards the discussion of the resolution and the voting of the resolution. And then we'll end the committee. Cool, delegates?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Sure, sir.
Any doubts?
Yeah, no, sir.
I guess the Director General, Madam Director General is in the committee. Delegates, please recognize the presence of the Director General. Ma'am, we welcome you to the committee.
Good evening, everyone. I hope the children have, the delegates have thoroughly had a learning experience today.
Yes,
From
Yes, ma'am.
So soon we'll be taking a feedback from you. Before that, I wasn't here for a very long time in this committee. So from the EB members, I would like to know, how did you find the delegates?
Hargya, could you please start? Then I'll be coming with the feedback.
A very good evening, ma'am. Ma'am, delegates were really amazing. One thing I must say, like amazing in the respect of that they were keen to participate, right? Irrespective of the fact that they aren't too experienced, it never matters for me. What matters for me that they are, coming up and speaking up what they have. Most of these speeches, again, we know that again they have copy paste, but still it never matters. Now, moreover, coming to the agenda aspect, though they are first timers, the research and the analysis which they're laying in front of me as well, it's really good. But at some point of time, we feel, the delegates could have been guided well, and but we are there, we have been appointed for it, and we are guiding them. Like I also give them feedback after each mod, and we feel that by tomorrow, that is on day 2, they'll give us a good inputs and good uh, resources so that they are good to go for other future events as well.
I hope all the delegates spoke. Is there any delegate who hasn't?
Mostly, ma'am, every delegate is speaking, like except 1 or 2, but as in they are speaking in the other respect itself. Like everyone is participating. Like there's no such delegate who is not participating. Like everyone is giving their good.
Good to hear. Yes, Shiva.
Yeah, ma'am, am I audible? Yeah, first of all, greetings, ma'am. Just a second. Greetings, ma'am. Hoping I'm visible as well. First of all,
Yes,
hoping you're doing
good
good.
evening. Yes.
So when it comes to the committee, as an executive board, personally, I had a very good experience because, ma'am, going to the first timers committee and seeing this level of participation, that almost more than when it comes to going to the percentages, 90% of delegates have tried to give the speeches in all the 3 moderated caucuses we had conducted and also in the GSL. And giving you a brief of the committee, ma'am, also. So giving you a brief of the committee, we had started the committee with the general speakers led speeches. Then we have moved towards 3 moderated caucuses towards the day. And in the recent session, which we had started at 4, we had explained the delegates about the resolution, the draft resolution, and the working paper. So I'll be telling you what also we are planning to do for tomorrow. When we start the tomorrow session, we'll be starting with a moderated caucus with 1 POIs, and then we'll be giving time the delegates to prepare the working paper. We'll have a short discussion over the working paper, and particularly post that the delegates will be involved in the preparation of the resolution. And then post the preparation of the resolution, we'll be having the voting procedure, voting of the resolution. This is what we have planned as a committee unanimously. And yes, it was a very great experience. Thank you.
So far, so good. Everything is going well. I find it going smoothly and expecting a great day tomorrow too.
Sure, ma'am.
Yeah,
Hoping we have a great day tomorrow as well.
Yeah, we are expecting Kush and Ms. Naomi Solanki, the Secretary General and the Deputy Secretary General, to enter soon.
We would be taking a feedback session at dot 4:50.
4:50. Okay.
Just I wanted
Yes,
to,
Haraj.
I just nothing. I just wanted to mention one thing. Like it's a request from the executive board. Ma'am, can we get one OC member tomorrow so that who can just during the time of speeches can screen share? Because like me and Swayam, so we cannot screen share simultaneously because we have to add the marks as well, and the tab gets freezed if we have to screen share the time. And the tab system at some point of time, delegates are not able to hear. So can we get one at least OC member who has good connection with laptop or even with mobile? He or she just has to screen share the time of 90 seconds or 60 seconds. I requested today also, but none were.
Yeah, unfortunately, we are only 3 of us who are toggling between the 3 windows. So
we'll manage tomorrow, not an issue. We'll manage.
But still, we will have a word with the Secretary General and let you know. But I would prefer, why don't one of you handle the screen share and one of you handle the marking scheme?
Ma'am, we'll do that. We'll do that. That won't be an issue for tomorrow.
Okay, fine. Thank you. So soon both of them will be joining us. like 10 minutes more. So till then, you can talk to them.
No.
So delegates, that's how.
I'm sorry to interrupt again. I was brought to the notice that there is use of vernacular language. Means there was a use of vernacular language done in between the sessions. So we should refrain from doing that. English is the only language that we all are going to follow for the entire session during the conferences, both days.
Okay, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
Yeah, thanks. Please carry on.
Delegates, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, Chair.
Yeah. So we have planned tomorrow as well. Now we can have a chill, sort of, let's have an informal session. So we'll have take a calm, guys. Take a calm pace out of yourself. Let's.
Shivam sir, just request, if we have suspended the session, can we go with the confessions, or entertainment session? I don't think tomorrow we would be able to do that.
Would you please come again?
Can we go for a small entertainment session with the delegates?
Sure.
Because tomorrow we won't be able to do that. If
Sure.
Before that, I don't think Secretariat don't have any issue or doesn't have any concern about it.
I would like to know the description of the entertainment.
Nothing, ma'am. It's okay. Considering it's school event, so we'll keep it very professional. It's way too professional. So it's nothing. It's basically the true essence what we actually even in North India follow. There's an entertainment session once we are done with either day one or
Let's
day
do
two.
one thing, Harga. Let's do one thing. Instead of having an entertainment session, let's have an interactive session, which we'll be discussing how, from where we belong and everything. Delegate, ma'am, are we supposed to do an interactive session amongst the delegates as we are done with the session, formal session?
Yeah, I think that can do.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. So coming upon the delegates giving an informal introduction of mine. I come from Gurgaon. Acha, do we have any of the participants who is from the Delhi NCR region, or all of you are from Pune?
Sir, I belong from the Delhi NCR, like Gurgaon, but I live in Pune now.
Any other?
Chair, I belong from Haryana, but the place where I hail from is very close to Delhi. It's 1 hour drive, so you can consider me Delhi only.
Which is from which place? Gurgaon. Japan. From which place do you hail?
It's Bahadurgarh.
I don't know much about it.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, you are. Shivam sir, okay, I'll introduce myself. I was already did yesterday, but still I'll give. My name is Naragya Singh and I hail from Chandigarh. Not basically from Chandigarh, I hail from a small area located near Chandigarh known as Rajpura. So Rajpura is just basically a gateway of Punjab. Even you have to enter or exit Punjab, Rajpura is the only gateway. And I've done my schooling from Chandigarh, and and right now what I'm doing, you guys might be shocked that I'm just 18. I'm not a graduate. You might be thinking that I'm a graduate. No, I'm an 18-year-old student. Just passed my 12th grade last year, 2021, and I'm looking forward to pursue my studies in law from abroad, most probably Canada. This mid-August I'll be flying. So yeah, so probably this could be my second last or the last, mostly the third last or fourth last model event before I leave this very beautiful country. So yeah, this was my introduction. I hope there's no one from Chandigarh or Rajpura right now.
Yes, Delegate Argentina, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, is it okay if I leave the meeting? I have my tuition now.
Yeah, not an issue. You may leave.
We are just here, guys who want to leave, you can. Just we are here for the secretary. They'll come in another 5 minutes to take over the feedback. And then eventually we will leave and you guys will have to give feedback about us. Okay, any other delegate who wants to introduce themselves? About who they are, what they do, and hobbies and all good stuff. Cool. Shivam sir, what shall we do?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, yeah, yes, journalist.
I don't want to give any feedback or something. Of course, the MUN was amazing and it was a new learning experience for everyone. I would just like to know what is your opinion on racism?
Like, are you asking to me or to Shivam sir?
Any one of you can answer this.
Okay,
Anyone who's
now then I'll continue.
Okay, okay. Yeah, just give me one sec. Okay, now when it comes to racism, to be honest, the day when Shivam sir and me discussed that we'll keep the racism agenda and the xenophobic agenda related to xenophobia, racism, and other form of intolerances. This is my one of the favorite agendas, right? Agenda, sorry. Like majority of the committee have done on this particular agenda. Now, what I particularly feel and what my ideology says, again, the very same simple ideology that I'm against racism, right? But not just simply saying against racism is the word which I would, the line which I would say. The thing which I would say is the reasons, the like the roots. The roots start from our home, right? From our house. Like a very simple example, I would like to say the stereotypical mindset, right? So we do have our ancestral background, right? We do have our cultural background. We do have our elders, who have an ideology, which, at some point of time could be racist or could be in sort of discriminatory manner, right? Like, for example, I'll give a very simple ideology, like not to, hurt anyone's ideology. If any boy or girl, comes and say that, I have, or anyone just say that we want to tie our relationship with, a boy or girl of different culture. We have that ground level ideology that will definitely, question upon, will definitely upon, will ask upon why, when, where, how, right? We'll again just come to our own, no, we belong to such religion, no, we belong to such group, we are such class. So it really is the thing, which is the basic root of it. Moreover, coming to the xenophobia, it's basically what we can simply say a morbid fear of something, right? A strange feeling what a person has, right? It hasn't been discussed much yet today. But my ideology upon it says that it could only be curbed via education. I know it's very simple, solution, but that has to be implemented widely, like to the rural areas, to the areas where the people don't have even the basic access to at least informal or formal education. This such thing has to be, introduced widely. Like nowadays we are much active on social media, not just to make reels and all. Such things have lost their identity, lost their essence. So yeah, this is what my ideology state. And like I can keep on going and say upon this issue, but I really want to just stop it. I hope journalist ma'am, you got my ideology upon this. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Shivam sir, up to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So very good points what have been highlighted by my fellow executive board member. Now coming towards these sort of racism or racial discrimination or xenophobia, this is what I particularly believe is that in today's world, we said as the 21st century, one of the hindrances in the actual development, because the definition of development never means that developing of bridges or developing of buildings or having a high tech. It completely depends on how your human resource has developed over the past. Now in this particular era, what I believe is, going by the past, taking the past roots into consideration, racism has been one of the reasons, one of the hindrances to the human resource development, because people think that this is particular tends to be a lower class, that is tends to be upper class. That has been always a barrier which has been created, and this is what I believe. This, yes, it should not exist at the end of the day. And what I should believe is, particularly having resolutions, particular resolutions or anything won't help until unless we work at the grassroots level. Because going by some facts, we know that the what we say, the father of an Indian constitution, or we say the man behind the Indian constitution, was a person who was from a low caste.
Yeah.
Honorable Sir Dr. B.R. Ambedkar ji. Now that completely defines the fact that at the end of the day, nothing depends upon a person's class. It always depends upon your capabilities and achievements. This is what I believe. Now, going the fact of basic solution, what I can suggest to the international press, that having a basic description of these all facts in the educational curriculums at the very start. if we let the people know, if we let the children know, if we let the generations know, particularly the fact that everyone is equal at the end of the day.
Yes.
Considering the fact, even we take the United Nations, USA stands to be a country with huge amount of resources, whereas there could be any other underdeveloped or developing nations with least amount of resources. But at the end of the day, when we go towards the resolution voting or any sort of voting, we say every nation has one equal vote. This means it does not mean that it upon your size. Now, obviously, it does not mean when it comes to comparison of size. I guess Russia, China, and India and USA are among those nations which have a very huge land area.
Yeah.
Now, particularly does not give a favor. Now, countries like European nations, like France, United Kingdom, Finland, Netherlands, they're very restricted towards area, have a very small land area. Now, that does not mean that they have a very restricted vote. That USA, China, India, Russia has a vote more than one, like more than one votes, and other countries are less than one votes.
No,
Or
everyone gets equal one vote.
Everyone gets an equal vote at the end of the day. When it comes to India as well, everyone above the age of the 18, be it a man, be it a woman, be it a person with upper caste, be it a person with lower caste, or be a person, yeah, sure, you can leave the delegate of Australia, be it a person with any caste, they have right to vote. They have a right to choose. So this is particularly what I believe when it comes to our rights. Everyone has been defined equally, and we need to believe at the end of the day. Until and unless we don't start believing that everyone is equal, it won't happen. Now I'll give you a situation. This is what I read because even it is one of my favorite agendas also when it comes to doing HRC or SOCA. It was the year 2020. I was doing a delegate on this particular committee, and what had happened, I was reading just the facts and what had gone through the facts. That in China, I'm not actually remembering of the facts. In China, there have been cases where the cases of xenophobia have increased towards the black people, or in European countries, the Asians were discriminated. Now, at the end of the day, we need to understand like a particular person who is living in France at that particular point, he might be Asian, but he's not the reason for COVID.
Yeah.
He's not the reason for the COVID. The reason of the COVID stands to be in Wuhan region of China, which the Chinese authorities claim that it got what I say. That's another discussion topic. But yeah, the basic reason of COVID stands to be the Wuhan laboratory of China, not the person who's living in Asian who's living in France right now.
Correct.
Obviously, anything, and personally, what I believe, you do anything with logic, it comes to be a right decision. You do anything without logic, it comes to be a wrong decision at the end of the day. This is particularly what I believe, and this is what I felt. Thank you so much.
Correct. Thank you so much, Haragya sir and Shivam sir.
Yeah.
Shivam, wrap it up.
Yeah, hi. Kosh, you can take up on the feedback session. Shall we leave the committee or we stay in the committee?
Of course, leave. Okay, we'll talk. Thank you.